Dreaming in the dark, we are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark, we are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening, guys? What's going on out here in these YouTube streets? I made this because we were going to talk about, the Idaho for the murders and stuff like that, because we haven't really touched base on a lot of that. So I was like, okay, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of movement. Maybe we should touch base. And then I see House of Williams and her shit comment response to Brandy's comment. And let me tell you, that pissed me right off. I posted on my community tab, but I'm telling you right now, the disrespect to these parents who are already going through enough as it is has me ready to go through the motherfucking roof. For real. You guys have no fucking respect. And that's why we call you guys tragedy pimps, because you do dumb shit for the clicks and the fucking views. And, the money, and they aren't shit. Don't get it twisted. Christmas is here, straight up. Everybody's got their wish list out. Everybody's got their Amazon wish list, their wedding registry where they're married to themselves. Get ready for it, because they're dropping it like it's hot right now. And I'm just gonna keep it real. Your own family needs something before somebody on here does. Okay? Especially if you're living on a fixed income. Because they are not out here taking care of these kids or doing these cases or whatever like you think they are. And that's the biggest problem that we have, is you guys are out here lying about what you're doing. You guys are out here harassing the families and doing dumbass shit. Shit, Betty went to Idaho and then turned around and took herself right on over to, where'd she go? Fruitland, Idaho. Anywhere she can get a click and a view. I'm really sick of these people. I'm just really done with their bullshit and their antics. I've just had it. And she was being super ugly. Brandy was really nice. She said, look, please stop using my son's name in your titles. Quit hashtagging his name. Please. Please. She was very, very nice. Very, very nice. She had the nerve. Look at this. I'm gonna put it up. So here it is. This is what it is. And I'll read it because I know y'all ain't going to be able to see this. It's super little, super tiny, whatever. But it's on my community tab anyway. So if you want to read it for yourself, you can, skedaddle on over to the community tab and check it out if you want to, or I can read it. It doesn't matter. Anyhow, this is what it says here. Mallory, I am respectfully asking you to take Michael's name out of your hashtags. Not once did you share our beautiful son's face. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. Please kindly remove Michael's name from this live. Thank you. Y'all ready for the response? The fucking nerve. The audacity. All right, here it goes. Ready? Oh my goodness. Okay. Although you may have less appreciation for the House of Williams platform and the audience that I have accumulated over the years, it is the audience that I bring to the table nonetheless. First of all, miss me with that goddamn word salad bullshit that nobody cares anything about. Now stop it. It has nothing to do with your audience. First of all. So anyhow, she goes on here. Let's see here. And true, I may not always resort to showing the faces of small children in my videos, as I rely a lot of my storytelling skills and the ability to paint verbal pictures in the minds of my audience. Using such tactics is how I, in my own particular style, engage with my audience. I have a particular style, or way of expressing myself, not unlike so many other channels on this platform, utilizing Michael's name in their content as a hashtag. I believe at the end of the day, it is furthering of awareness that takes precedence before all else. So although I absolutely appreciate you reaching out to me, which I believe is the first time, I must respectfully decline your request. Now, if that wasn't a bitch move, I don't know what is. Because that was some bullshit. That was a very cold response. Absolutely. Very, very, very hateful to say. I respectfully decline. Well, and that's what I was thinking too. I was, I really hope she strikes it down. I really hope she goes in and does, I honestly, somebody said that she removed the hashtag. I don't know if she did or not, but according to TOS, and we'll be looking those up too, probably together. TOS is going to change as of January 1st anyhow. So a lot of stuff's going to change on this platform. Well, I don't see it changing abruptly, but it'll start changing. You'll start seeing things little by little. But anyhow, there's going to be a lot of TOS. Yeah, trash panda. Straight up, I can't believe I was so upset when I seen this. I could not believe she responded like that to Brandy. I'm like, are you kidding me? She came to you herself and asked you nicely and very politely. Very, very polite. And this right here is her beautiful baby boy. She said, please show his face. Please keep the word out. And not one time did she show his beautiful face. Not once. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And I'm just really over it. I just really, I get irritated when people use babies anyways for their own bullshit. But this right here was just really shitty. Brandy's already going through enough as it is. And she's got Bullhorn in Fruitland standing outside of the suspect's home where they're about to start digging in another yard. And now she has Mallory taunting her online. And, she was respectful when she asked. And I thought that was really nice of her to even be respectful instead of just go tag it. Because that's what I would have just tagged the shit and said, fuck it. But see, she's so sweet. She's so sweet. That's the difference. That is the difference. Is Brandy is so strong and she's such a sweetheart. And it's really sad. So really sad. Oh, fuck. Lover of the law. Yeah, she's been there for 2 or 3 days now. Yeah. After she spit on somebody in Idaho, they left and went straight to Fruitland, Idaho. And she was sitting outside. So she was sitting outside of an empty house in Idaho, in the Idaho 4 that were murdered, brutally murdered at that. She stood outside, filmed outside of the empty house with the police officers and whatever. And then she left there after the whole spitting incident and her spitting on that guy and whoever he was coming around. Anyhow, so all that went down. And so she took off and left. And as soon as she did, she went straight over to Fruitland, Idaho to Stacy and Sandra or whatever, the Wandras, you know what I mean? Sarah and Stacy Wandras, and was standing outside their house. Mind you, the RSOs live next door and they're going to start digging in their yard. So why she's out there, I have no idea. Obviously, for the clicks and the views, we know that. Come on, I'm just irritated with their shit. I'm just really irritated with their antics. This shit took me out the edge when I seen that response. I was pissed. Oh, she won't take it down. I thought she did. Somebody came in the chat and said she did. I thought she took it down, actually. I didn't think she still kept it. She did keep it up then. Betty's real journalist sister must be so embarrassed. Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to go over some of that too. Hold on, Crazy House. I watched the News Nation special tonight, and they featured some Websleuths, which did not include BHB or any of the hecklers. Good, good. And yes, they're still there. That's what I thought, Care Bear. Yeah, it's just, it's upsetting. It's upsetting. Right. What a nothing trip for BHB. Yeah. A big nothing burger. But you know what? That's okay. She's got to put on a show for you guys. That's sure not us, but anyhow, her audience or whatever, her people, her channel, whatever. Yeah, her press pass is amazing, isn't it? It is. Yep, I just looked. Brandy's comment has 65 likes. Well, yeah, I mean, and of course, I think because now we're talking about it, people are talking about it, it's going to bring traction to her channel. You know what I'm saying? So oh, Tina, I looked where Brandy posted and it wasn't in the title. So she did take it out of the title then, or what? And see, that's the thing is they don't realize even how much damage they're doing to these people. Like JLR had named a bunch of people in, you know, his interviews and videos and shit like that. Well, anyhow, sorry about that. You know, I'm reading something when I just stopped talking in the middle of it. Somebody had just sent this, and I was like, "What is this? What is going on here?" So anyhow, there's this on the ground in Moscow, Idaho, lots of state police. So here, I'm gonna put this. We're about to get on this computer. Yeah. Okay, yes, it isn't in the title, but in the description. Yes, Michael's name is still hashtagged. And see, that's another thing too, is I seen on there, they said per TOS, you can't use clickbait in your titles, that they're going to be cracking down on it. Which I don't know if that's true or not. I just, had heard about that, but so we won't know. Oh, sorry, Stacy. She said, yeah, I meant the description, but yes, it's still there. Wow. Well, yeah, because Bullhorn, she tags Ickmel and Ryan Upchurch, and I mean anybody. She tags everybody. She tags Kylie Rodney in every single video. She tags Ryan Upchurch in every single video. She tags Ickmel in every single video. Quentin Simon. She'll use Quentin Simon's name in a video and not even speak on him. Like, you know what I'm saying? When they were excavating the yard, she put, instead of, Michael's name, she put Quentin Simon, breaking news, Quentin Simon. Does anybody remember that? Everybody thought it was about Quentin, and it wasn't. It had nothing to do with Quentin, but she put it right in her title. So that's just how, that's what they do. They hashtag all that shit. So anybody that looks up Kylie Rodney it'll pop up. Anybody that looks up Quentin Simon, her videos will pop up because she's got them hashtagged with all those names in it. It's the grift, y'all. It's the grift. What do you mean? Under your scars, I'm not seeing a video. Yeah, she just did a live, and it's in her live. There's a comment underneath of it. You must be looking in the wrong place, honey, because it's definitely still there. Definitely still there. Also, I'm going to fix some stuff while I'm on here real quick. While we're doing this, I'm going to get in here because I did see. So I'm going to have to. I need Tragedy Pimps Exposed to email me when you can. If you get a chance or if you're around. I don't know if you're around right now, baby, or not. You might be busy. I'm not sure. But if you get a chance, shoot me a message, would you? I had a few people on here that I needed to chit chat with you. So anyhow, here I want to change that shit too now that that's done. Okay, here we'll get on here and play some videos here real quick. You guys, I felt so bad. See, I haven't really talked too much on the Idaho stuff right now because there's still so much going on and there's so much information coming in from every different way. You know what I mean? There's just a lot going on. Oh, voices, I didn't even see you back here. What you doing, girl? You still up here?
Yep, it's me. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't even see you back there. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to leave you. I apologize.
I had glue all over my fingers, so I didn't want to type.
Oh shit.
I'm in Cardinal. I'm almost done making these 6 cardinals for Athena.
Oh, how special.
That girl thought it might be a good idea to do those. I just wanted to pop up and say that PayPal Mal could be in some deep shit because once the victim's family asks you to stop and you refuse, victims have rights, special rights.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Heels, I hear you. I see you, baby. Yeah, so victims do have rights. And for her,
I haven't had a chance to stop and look to see what Idaho law states, but I will be once I get these done.
Well, yeah, and I just, Brandy's going through enough. Leave it alone. I mean, it's Christmas. For God's sakes, man. Come on.
Mallory, just do the right fucking thing and just quit. There's plenty of other people and missing cases if you so desire that you want to do true crime. Leave this little boy alone. Do the right thing.
Yeah, it's really not hard to do the right thing, man. At least have some compassion right now. I mean, at least right now. If you can't, at any other time, at least do it now. Shit, they got kids. They got, it's just,
I know. I about lost my shit when you made your community post and Coco came in and said, "Hey, have you guys seen?"
It pissed me right off. I'm not gonna lie. As soon as I seen it, I was mad. I'm not even gonna bullshit with you guys right now.
I was a little mad too.
It just took me seeing her tell her I respectfully decline, and I'm like, you fucking bitch. I was mad.
Well, I think the worst part, Queen, is that she actually legitimately says that it's for content.
Yeah, that's sad. That's sad, man.
Like, without saying it, she said it was for content.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, Bootsy. I was like, no. If the family of a missing person...
Hold on, Jonesy said something's gonna... Hold on, she said she's gonna... Georgia Peach emailed you, Jonesy, babe. She said BHB's gonna turn on her. Well, yeah, because BHB claims to be friends with Brandy, even though she's really not, and we know she's not. She still, makes people think that she is friends with her. So if that's the case, then how are you going to maintain that you're friends with her, but you're allowing your friend, one of your tragedy pimp friends, to speak to her like that and be like that? You know what I mean? It's just trashy, that's all.
Well, I mean, I don't expect anything less out of Hash Brown, but you could do the right thing. I mean, now that and plead ignorance, new to the true crime genre, just starting out, made a mistake, didn't realize that it, it's Brandy Neal, not Brandy Vaughn. Like, I could give you 1,000 passes, but obviously you knew who it was. And that wasn't a respect. That was a fuck you word salad and with a bow. In my opinion, that was my own.
Yeah, I'm just, when, I mean, like I went through something, several years ago. And I can tell you right now, if somebody showed up and attempted to do what they do during that time, I wouldn't have, I can't even tell you what I would have done.
Right.
And I'm keeping it real.
Nothing, like the darkest moments of our lives should not be put on public for display. We all have chapters that we don't read aloud. And why would you do this for content and dollar?
I think I would have to respectfully decline her fucking face if she said that to me about my dead
girl.
Child.
I'm gonna have to respectfully decline
yo life, bitch. Right. Like, what are you even thinking? Hey, queen.
Hey, girl.
I can't with that. That's just Elton, stop it.
Yeah, I was trying to be sweet for Jesus.
You know what? Jesus don't like ugly, and that's about as ugly as it gets.
Yeah, that's really that was really shitty of her. Like, it's just shitty of her. You know what I mean?
Why even respond? If that's what the fuck you're gonna say, why respond? Why not just ignore it?
She knows it'll bring traffic to her channel, and that's what she's doing. It's using Brandy for clicks
and
views.
Like she did before. Right.
She knows it's going to bring views because she knows it's going to piss people like me the fuck off, and then I'm going to say something about it, and I'm going to post it, and everybody else is going to go over there and look at it. She's hoping she's going to get some subscribers out of it. You know what I mean? Which hopefully people are unfucking subscribing if that's how she's going to be towards families that she's covering. That's a bunch of bullshit anyhow. I don't know how you can support that. I do not know how you can support that at all.
I don't know how she can look herself in the mirror, man.
She don't. Well, although I just lied, she might have to for as many hair pieces and makeup as she uses.
Yeah, she looks herself.
She gotta have mirrors. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I just feel like it's bullshit. And if something like that happened to her family, I know she'd feel the same way.
You can choose to be a lot of things every day when you wake up. Why choose to be a skeezy asshole, man?
Right.
Right? A skeezer.
Thank you. Is it Yuzdi Yona? I'm not sure how to say it. She said,
I don't know.
Now I'm underground. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. You know, I got your email and we are in communications, babe.
Did you see the comment from Little Dove earlier, Queen?
No, Little Dove is one of Dolly's mods, and they've been in here.
They said they used to be Dolly's mod, and that they realize what's going on now, and
they're no longer a mod for Dolly.
They see what's wrong with them, and they were like, I don't remember exactly what they said, babe. I'm sorry, my headache is still kicking.
No, that's okay. Thank you for telling me because I thought they were still modding for Dolly. That's really what I thought. So,
well, whether or not the wrench is actually taken, they say they're done with Dolly. So I thought I would point that out before they get cussed at by anybody.
Oh yeah.
You know, just in case. I don't know if they're still here or not, but they were for a while. I told them it doesn't matter, just be fucking cool.
See, I was waiting. I need to reach out to Tragedy Pimps Exposed. I need to shoot her an email real quick.
I got sent messages about Tragedy Pimps today, actually.
I did too. That's why I wanted to talk to her real quick.
I figured maybe that was it.
Yeah. So yeah, anyhow, that's been going on today. And then, I wanted to, like I said, I kind of waited. I was trying to kind of wait a little bit for the Idaho. There's so many families that are just hurt and devastated and trying to navigate through this, you know, the pain and the holidays and what's going on and what happened. And you know what I'm saying? They want answers. And I know
Oh, yeah. Oh,
you know,
yeah.
I understand. I mean, you know, like he said, Steve, which is Kaylee's dad, he said, I sent my daughter to college and she came back to me in a body bag in a box. I have the right to speak on this. I have the right to speak on it. And he does. And he
I
does.
have to agree, yeah.
Media can flip some shit real quick, just like when they did that shit with Billy and said that they basically made it sound like they picked Bill, you know, Leilani up at the damn door and she's the one who dropped her off. So like media can twist some shit real fucking quick. And I understand why he's so upset. I get it. You know what I mean? I do.
I mean, how could he not be? Jesus, there'd be something wrong with him if he wasn't upset.
And they feel like the police are not really doing much to, you know, they're not letting him in on anything. They're really not talking to him about much. And, you know, they're not really releasing much. And, you know, he said Kaylee's injuries were significantly worse than Maddie's, you know, so. And
did she fight? Is that why?
Well, I think Brian Etten said, you know, it finally came out what rooms they were sleeping in and stuff. And, you know, Steve said something about the steps, and we're going to listen to it because he was really upset.
Shelton?
You yelling at Sheldon or Elton? What'd you say? Oh, look at that. That's cool.
That was Honey yelling at my rabid schnauzer. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's okay. I thought you said Sheldon. I'm like, who the hell is Sheldon? You got another
No,
dog?
he said Elton. I didn't open the front door.
I love them. Those are pretty.
We got them done. So there's 6 cardinals. There's 3 males, 3 females, and they will be, I've got the funeral home. They'll have the poem on the back of them, and they're for her family, so that they can have a nice piece of, I don't know.
Yes, and somebody sent me a message. It's Wear Pink for Athena. I need to go find it so we can talk about it afterwards, and we can post it before we go. I'll make a community tab as well. See, sometimes I post stuff and then I forget, or I'll type it out and not post it, or I got about 25 videos started that I never finished, clips that I got to get done that I never did clip to put out from the lives that we took down.
That's exactly why I haven't been posting content. You just described it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time keeping up. Plus, you know, with Christmas shopping and holidays and
yes, girl, yes,
all the normal things. You know, it's just tough to keep up with.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, though, we'll play his. Where do you guys want to start? Should we start at the beginning? Do you guys want to start with his interview? What do you guys want to? Where do you want to start with this?
Gosh, I don't know. I like interviews.
That's what I was just going to say. I think the interview is the best place to start because it gives pretty much like the base facts, right?
Okay, yeah.
Well, with Steve, no. I mean, he's really upset about the police not giving them information and not putting out certain things. I do, independent thinker. Yes, I do. Yeah. Like it's hard to keep up, man. I try, but that girl tries too. But I get so frustrated with stuff. I'm like, just fuck it. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Just don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I end up nagging you. I feel so bad, but you're always so happy once things get done. So I try to nag you and get it through.
I know, and I love you for putting up with me because I get frustrated, and I'm sure you probably get frustrated.
You're a good friend, though. It's worth it. It's worth it. We got a good group of people here. It's worth it.
Yeah, we do. And you know what? I'm proud of our hive. I really am. We got some good-hearted people here, and I'm really proud of y'all.
We're a little bit crazy, but that's all right, you know?
Hey, we need that. You know what?
Right.
We need that.
Crazy going.
We need a little crazy in our hive. Shit.
Right? But that crazy also keeps you surviving, you know?
Real quick though, and we'll watch it maybe at the end because I mean I gotta laugh with y'all. But when and I gotta keep it 100. You know, I don't really know shit about no games. I don't know anything about Pokemons or none of that shit. So when y'all talk about that, I was like, shh, off. You know what? I'll roll a blunt and listen because I don't know nothing.
I love you.
So listen, Forever Trolling sent me that that video, girl, I laughed so fucking hard.
That was a good one.
I needed that fucking laugh today. My eyes were watering. The shit was so damn fucking funny.
Oh, it was a good one. Did you ever watch Eastbound and Down? That HBO series? That's what that reminds me of, is Kenny Powers from Eastbound and Down.
You can pull it up and play it for real fast forever if you want to. I mean, I don't have it on here on the computer or whatever to play it. Otherwise I would, but I can
see if Voices could take one. My head's still so bad. I'm not on the laptop. I'm on my phone. I can't look
we'll
at
play it
screen.
again. We'll do it later or something.
Funny.
We'll get, yes, it was hilarious. Cause like I said, I'm kind of lost with it, but when he he's like, I'll pick it up or something about the bank account. Look, his jokes were cracking me up.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
Yeah.
I posted in the Discord though. I was cracking up. That shit had me laughing so fucking hard.
Yeah, it was definitely a good one. I'm doing everything I can to try to get a pink Stairway to Heaven going. So hopefully I can do this.
You got this, girl. You're so creative and you are so good. You know, you make a lot of really good art. You do really good.
I just really want to do something for her mother, man. I'm just so compelled. And you know, Honey drives by that church almost every day, so he can take it out for me.
Yeah, I was going to say that'd be cool.
Yeah.
You know, but she did. Is it now? I wonder if it's wear pink for Athena Monday tomorrow or next Monday.
I would say tomorrow, honestly.
I'll say it's safe to say I love pink. We'll just wear it both Mondays. How about that?
Right. Wear pink every fucking day this week. Poor baby.
That's right. That's right. I cannot. I was telling my aunt, and I said, you know, it made me sick. Like I said, we got done talking about it, and I said I was on a Discord call with a couple friends, and as soon as I took a second, my stomach was just flipped, and I just got sick. I was like, oh my God. Like, she's like, you've always had a sensitive stomach when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, there'd be something wrong with you if it didn't fuck you up, you know?
Absolutely. Well, and you know, like our kids, with kids, man,
yeah,
man, dude, it just really, and then watching him on them videos and my mind was just racing, and oh God, it just made me sick. People are just fucking sick in this world. They're sick as hell.
It pisses me off that motherfucker was the last thing that baby experienced on this earth.
I know. Yeah, let's just not talk about it. It really bothers me.
Me too, dude. I hate him, and I don't really hate anybody. Motherfucker. So, anywho.
So, we're going to play this interview real quick.
Let's do it.
Of Steve. So this is Fox News, and so this is Kaylee's dad, and he is extremely upset, has every right to be extremely upset. They're not, but he feels like the police department is not being open and sharing details. He did say that the means of, were different. The means, I can't think of the word. What did he have?
Like the mode, like how they were.
Yes. Basically, she was, yes. Here, I'll just play this.
Okay. I'm going to mute.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zayna, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo, left with more confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young innocent victims deserve answers, and so do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Goncalves, Christy and Steve Goncalves. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like, that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and this happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, you know, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out there. Like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And
did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They
Via
needed me to
text.
sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something
Some mail.
that was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
yeah,
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
the target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He does.
right there. Somebody step up. Somebody be the alpha. I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to do it. You can tell he's fucking frustrated.
Yeah, that's awful.
Pissed off. You know what I mean? And you know, I mean, he loves his baby girl. That's, you know, dads are, your baby girl's everything to you. You know what I mean? To send her off to college and have her come home, you know, and she's beautiful too, you know. And so he just said the means of death is different. Oh, Lord.
It's awful. Truly awful.
Doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match.
That's another thing I wanted to touch on. Gray Hughes actually did like a 3D of the house. And so he did like 3D images, and they're actually very very interesting. I'll say that. I don't know if I can put them up. I'm not sure if he'll let me or not, but I mean, I will put them up if it's okay with him. Because you can tell.
He's normally pretty cool if you give him credit.
Yeah, and that's what I was just thinking. Make sure I put in the description and stuff like that, because I'll tell you what, he's so smart. He is. I
love the stuff he does. It's right up my nerdy alley. You know that.
And see, I know a lot of people don't. You know, they don't like Gray or whatever. They don't. You know what I'm saying? Or they think he's mean or whatever. He's fucking smart though. He knows what he's doing. He does a great job. I agree. So, you know, if he wants to be an asshole, whatever. I mean, I don't really care. He's very smart and very, very good at what he does.
He's a bit on the quirky side, but he's so intelligent.
I mean, I enjoy talking to him. I enjoy conversating with him. So
I'm quirky as fuck, so it don't bother me.
And see, and that's the thing too. Where we stopped. Oh, hold on. Somebody gifted 5 memberships. Boston said. Who did?
Thank you.
Was it Boston?
I can't see, baby.
Oh, it's StreamYard. Boston, who gifted them? Was it you, buddy?
Let me go to chat and see if I can tell.
Okay, Al. Yeah, thank you, Nick. I appreciate that, honey. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki.
I thought he was telling me, but thank you.
Your little brother's giving you gifts.
That's why I was like, he's like the little brother of the hive.
Yeah, he is.
Shoeys and all.
Yeah, shoeys and all, man. That's cool as hell, Boston. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, bud.
Thanks.
But yeah, the dad saying, you know, he's like, I don't want to have to, but the means of what, death are different.
Yeah.
See, so that leads me to believe either something happened or maybe there was 2 people.
Well, right. That's exactly what I was going to say. It might have been 2 people, or if you know what I'm saying, but they said that the knife was like really here. We'll keep going.
I'm just going to say it wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's, I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911, somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in and it's starting to get, we don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week, that this case may be
100%.
cold.
A photo up there with the reward offer and information.
Get Jason Jensen.
Well, the police, listen, okay, so another thing too is rewards, obviously, okay, big rewards and rewards in general don't bring out the best of everybody, okay?
Nope.
And so rewards can actually cause further damage to a case because you get people like Jimmy Con Man, and I'm not saying his first and last because I don't want him anywhere near this fucking case.
Well, and like you get a bunch of false leads and
Right.
you get all kinds of shit.
And if they do, I hope they find somebody that is very qualified and someone that will not make a mockery out of their daughter's death, you know, or murder. I really hope that, you know what I'm saying, they find a good private.
I agree. I totally agree.
If that's the route they want to go. But I also know that just like, you know, and I know that we don't like to bring him up, but, you know, Jared from the AWP or whatever, you know, he was talking about rewards can bring people who are not in it for the right reasons. They're not in it to find out what happened to these kids because they want to know. They're in it for the money and the paycheck, and that's that. So, and yes, that's what I was just talking, you know, it's been released that Kaylee was more aggressively attacked. And that's what I think they're really upset about that because, nobody's saying anything about it. You know what I'm saying? And they want answers and they're not getting the answers.
I know one of the girls fought back. Is she the one that fought back? Because that would make sense.
Like I said, this is the first time we're really like deep diving into this. If there's somebody else who knows more information on it, I would love for you to come up and talk to us about it. Otherwise, we're going to just go through what we can. I'll put on News Nation when we're done.
Okay, cool.
That kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong. And you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want to, please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then, you know, the community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we asked for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy just with volunteers.
Lineage companies were,
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it. And I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Damn, I feel bad for them. It's really sad.
Well, all the parents. And then, you know, another thing too is not a lot of them are coming out, you know. There's there's Kaylee and what was that, Xana, I think, maybe her sister. I'm not sure if it's her sister, but there's only two families that have really came forward to speak on it. You know what I'm saying? And you have to understand that, you know, there's a lot of Websleuths that I'm sure people are blowing them up. One thing I did talk to and I'm not going to say who it is, but when I was talking to them, they said, I'm really glad that, you know, you reached out and kind of gave me a little bit of a warning because I had no idea why people were blowing me up like they were. I had no idea why YouTubers wanted to talk to me. I had no idea who was who. I had people blowing me up from on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, all my social media accounts. I didn't.
Oh, I bet.
At that point, I had no idea of what to do. And I thought people were nice and genuinely wanting information, like to help. I didn't know there were so many people that were trying to harm.
Oh, yeah. Trying to line their pockets. Shit.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you know, people learn the hard way most of the time, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
And anybody that wants to come up is welcome to come up. That's if you have information on this or something that we're not that we're missing or whatever, you know,
Is
let us know.
Jones in here? Because she's been following it.
Yeah, Jones, and pop up if you get a chance. If there's anything we're missing that you think we need to add. See, this is like the, here we go, online sleuths. In quest to help, online sleuths put innocents in crosshairs.
God.
Yeah, it's sad because you see, like, and people want to help. I understand that people want to help. I get it.
Good, baby.
Is it really all good?
Oh shit!
Does she love you enough to routinely test your hand again?
You said shit.
I didn't realize it was gonna start playing or whatever, you know. But anyhow,
Yeah.
this is let's see here. The unsolved murders of the 4 University of Idaho students have re-engaged the online sleuthing community, which gained notoriety and membership during the search for Gabby Petito in 2021.
Yep.
We're talking about those who scroll through social media, turning in their day jobs to become armchair detectives by night. In the vacuum of information in the Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. News Nation host Ashley Banfield has been all over the case since the beginning and has taken a hard look at what's helpful and what may go too far. From the start, amateur investigators shared their stories on the Moscow, Idaho quadruple murders. This case has gripped the nation. Yeah, that's the thing, is a lot of people want to help, and I understand that a lot of people want to help. I get it. You know what I mean? People want to be helpful, but there's also people who are hindering and harming, and they don't. Nearly 500 digital media tips have come into the FBI page dedicated to the case. Also, the neighbor, I know the neighbor was on here, and he was talking about getting harassed and getting attacked, and because his eyes looked to the left when he was talking instead of to the right where they should have been, you know, he's guilty of something.
Good God. People are stupid.
Banfield made a fool of MGL. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah, and when they were talking about groups and stuff like that, they sure the hell didn't bring their names up. They didn't bring their names up at all. But see, this is the thing. Uneducated investigators and uneducated people who, you know, want to be pretendo police officers, and you know what I'm saying? They fuck up this case. Like I said, the neighbor, let me see if I can find the neighbor here. Let me see if I can find his interview, because he was really, really upset about what people were doing and saying to him and about him.
Damn. Is it the neighbor of where the murders took place?
Yes, and I guess he came right out. He said, I'll give DNA. I will give I will give DNA. I will, you know, give fingerprints, whatever they need from me. I will give them whatever they need. I didn't do this. I have nothing to hide. People are sleuthing through all my social media accounts, and I don't have anything to hide. And I'm thinking, fuck, even if you don't, they're going to make it into something. So you might as well lock them the fuck down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fucked up, though. That's fucked up, though.
And they did say, you know, Steve, he does believe his daughter was targeted. He does believe that.
Well, if she was injured worse or whatever, he's seeing that he makes him feel that way, you know? Can you blame him?
Well, no. And I mean, they, you know, I mean, for his daughter, like he said, the means of death are different. So.
You mean he's talking about like the manner of death or like
I don't know. He said the means of death. Here, I'm going to put this on real quick and we'll watch this one because it's ABC. He goes into more detail because after he did that interview, they kind of wanted to know what he meant. What did he mean by that? You know what I mean?
I would like to know what he meant for fucking sure, man.
Yeah, so here we'll.
Because I haven't had time to keep up with this one either. I've been too busy.
Oh, she's beautiful. They both are.
All of them were cute kids, man.
Yeah. For sure. We need to go to this Fox News here. We'll go to this real quick because I was just looking at this stuff, you know.
Oh, Emma, I saw your comment earlier. I haven't done that. Thank you for the suggestion if you're still here. I forgot to say something. That was kind of you.
JONESN dropped us Brian Enton's latest report in back chat.
Is she not coming up?
Well, she might be back here too. I don't know.
That's true. We can't see, can we?
Why ain't you coming up, JONESN? What you doing, girl? What you doing, boo? Hold on. We got somebody back here too that I'm gonna let up real fast. Let me pop this on to make sure she's. Hey, girl.
Okay.
You up here?
I was trying to tell you, don't pull me up.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll take you down.
No,
I'll take
no. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was gonna text you in the chat. I have seen a couple interesting videos. If you're interested in going down that route,
sure. Yeah, but we'll play them.
I would
we
say,
haven't really played much on here because, like I said, I didn't really go over it too much. You know, so I was kind of waiting. So whatever you guys think was interesting, you know what I'm saying, or whatever you think we need.
I'd say start with Sweetie Pilo. Her latest on the map that she's found is very interesting.
Okay.
I don't know if she'll strike, but I'd say add commentary
really
and
like
you'll
her.
be all right.
Yeah, I really like her, and I know her. She came over here before.
Okay, yeah. Definitely start with her map video and Sarah Saving Spirits.
Whoa, wait a minute. We're not doing no psychic. No.
Well, he actually comes out and says, you know, she feels like he is got his eyes on somebody else already.
Yeah, but we don't do
we don't do psychic over here, honey. We just don't.
Okay, yeah, but I would definitely look at the Sweetie Pilo one though.
Well, yeah, and I was gonna say thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for coming up and letting us know. And asking first because it is, you know what I'm saying. You know, it's hard to touch base with psychics and you know what I'm saying. So I just prefer
absolutely. Some are okay with it, and
yeah, I have no problem,
and that's why I said I don't know if you wanted to go down that route, but
no, yeah, and I have no problem with it, but I just don't want to, you know what I'm saying. I like to stick to as many facts as we can, and I know that psychics sometimes can just feel things out, and you know what I don't know, just
I get it
news and stuff. But thank you, I do appreciate you coming up because I'll watch out on my own time, you know what I mean, so I will go check it out on my own time.
Yeah, definitely. If you've got time, I mean, I recommend it. Everybody, whoever, if you're into watching that kind of stuff.
Yeah, see, I mean, I mean, sometimes it just really depends. Sometimes I take it, I keep, you know, I keep it at arm's length. It's, you know what I'm saying? I'll put it in the back of my brain, but it's not something I immediately say, oh my God, I believe that. Yeah. She's right.
Yeah. Sweetie Pilo's a good one though.
Yeah, she really is too. I like her.
Mm-hmm. Never even heard of that one myself.
Work, so I'm gonna hop down.
Sweetie Pilo, she's been over here before. She's really sweet. She really is nice.
You've had so many people in and out of here lately. It's hard to keep up.
No, baby. Remember the Jessica situation, and she said that she talked to Candy Hair, Grandma Candy, the older Candy, you know, Grandma Candy. She kept saying she had talked to her, and she went on Callie.
Oh, yes. Okay, I remember.
Yeah. Yes, that's her. Yes,
that's been a minute. Okay.
Yeah, so I was just trying to give you an idea, but she came over when all that went down, and she was like, oh, "I can't believe she did that." You know, like we were all shocked. But she came over around that time. All right, give me 1 sec. We'll take this off of here, and we will pop this, the one Jonesy put up here real quick. So let's see here.
Good evening. I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho, for this News Nation special report. 3 weeks ago, the unthinkable happened in this house behind me. 4 university students brutally murdered here. Their killer not only is still on the run, but still all of this remains a mystery 3 weeks later. And we have breaking news tonight. New details that we have just confirmed. News Nation is learning that Kaylee Goncalves' injuries were significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries, which may end up being a very, very important piece of evidence when it comes to determining who the target was in this attack. I have learned Kaylee and Maddie were in an upstairs room in the house, so the killer had to go specifically upstairs to get to them. And again, that new information just confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were, quote, significantly more brutal.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was just on Twitter. It was a little small one, so I probably should go back and like get the whole thing. Because when she sent it to me, it was like a clip from...
Good evening, I'm Brian Enton, live in my...
I was looking for... Oh, here. Isn't this Nick back here? What you got to add, bud? What's happening?
I saw a spear box thing on this last night, and it grossed me the hell out.
On the Idaho kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather not even talk about it, honey.
Yeah.
Really,
But
honestly. You got anything else to add to it, babe?
Yeah, so I was listening to something. A worker at a certain place had an employee that used to carry on a K-bar knife at work.
What? Wait a minute. What worker? Where? What employee? Who does this belong to? What are we?
Yes. So a worker.
Details, buddy.
So just an employee somewhere. I'm not exactly where it was sure because they didn't state it. But
where did you hear this from?
I've been sleuthing around the internet today. There's been a bunch of freaking things I've been watching.
Well, I just don't want people to catch the replay. You know what I'm saying? I want to stick to facts. I want to stick to what you know what I'm saying? But when you say you just heard it on a random channel from a random person that you don't know, you were sleuthing on the internet, I just want people to know that it's not, we don't know where it came from, you know what I'm saying?
It was either that it was either that or it was an actual interview done or a call-in from an interview. I can't remember exactly what it was, so I'm not going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
He stopped carrying around the knife and has been acting really weird. Every day he would bring it, and he was a weird person before that, and he stopped bringing the knife to work once this happened. Now he could just stop bringing the knife around simply because he doesn't want to get implicated in or harassed or whatnot. But the guy is supposedly a really strange person, before and after.
See, that's the problem. Just because somebody's a strange person and. That's the thing with fucking armchair detectives and sleuths, and that's another thing that pisses me off is you just fucking, not you, but I mean people like just they just be throwing names out there, and it can ruin somebody's fucking life. Like, what if he had nothing to do with nothing? He might be fucking weird, but some random person on a random channel is talking about he could have done this or had this not. You know what I'm saying? It just.
I almost think it was an interview that was done. They didn't say the worker's name or anything like that or their name, but they just called it in type thing.
Well, and that's kind of like the neighbor guy. He's like, because I looked to the left and I didn't look to the right when I was talking, they said that I was guilty or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how he put it, but you know what I mean? A lot of the sleuths think that, like he's like, why I didn't shut down my social media because I don't have anything to hide, but they're still going through his stuff and they're still blaming him and they're still saying really bad things, so.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The guy with that was wearing the beanie in the car doing.
I guess. I don't know. I just seen his interview before this. Here, I'll try to go find it while you guys chat for a sec.
Roger that. Grab a beer.
Let's look over at chat and see what's going on.
Someone might have heard what I'm talking about in the chat. I haven't looked at the chat either.
I agree, Allie Joe. I agree. It's better to say something and it be nothing than not say anything and it have been something, right?
Yeah. Hey, Nuna's love.
I agree.
Hey, Blonderella, how you doing?
I just made $300 in this Dallas Cowboy game.
Oh yeah, was it a good game?
They whooped the hell out of them. The Colts.
Oh, okay.
They had first
Slept
half.
most of the day,
Dallas
so.
won by 7, and they won by 8.
Hey. This is total crap.
Hey,
Yeah, Donna
man.
might look at you. She says, I'm sure 76 people reported 74 versions.
I don't know who you got talking, but you want me to mute you, or you close to the mute button, or you need me to do it?
Oh, it wasn't me. That girl just muted herself.
No, it was my husband yelling at his game. I muted as fast as I could. I'm sorry, I wasn't near my phone.
It's all right. That's I said I can do it. I just didn't want to. You know what I mean?
My back. I think that guy blew my back out from that video. The eastbound and down guy.
Mr. Mullet Man.
Oh, Lord. I haven't cried that hard and laughing wise in a long time. That was my dog flapping his ears. Can you go over there, buddy? I love you too. Like when he wants attention, he'll just shake his head so his ears flap.
Yeah, I don't know if he's like playing like Halo on some harder version or something. I don't remember exactly. Like it's a hero version or some shit where everything's harder.
Yeah, that's like the top. Yeah, top. It's basically put on like a 10 out of 10 when it comes to competitiveness.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. She went to go find another link. Is that what we're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was looking for the interview with the neighbor where his name's Jeremy
Oh,
something,
hell
but
yeah.
he come up and he was talking about how he was really upset because he's all these sleuths and stuff are, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Harassing him, basically.
yeah.
I call that harassment anyways. What do I know?
Where's BHB right now? She I know they went somewhere else.
They're where Monkey Vaughn's at, right?
Oh, that's where they went. Okay. I guess
Yeah,
missed
they went
their
out
flight.
to the Fruitland, I think is what it is.
Hey, that girl, can you clarify to Nathan that I wasn't yelling at him? Because this is the third snide comment that he's let roll
You weren't
past.
yelling at anybody. I didn't hear you yell at anyone.
I think yeah.
Neither did I. How long ago was that? Like in the
Yeah,
recent.
when was that supposed to have happened?
When we were on Sweet Teas.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, see, there's a whole that's another thing too. There's a whole lot of fuck shit that goes on over there. Please don't bring that bullshit over here with anybody else's channel too. Just because I say I like a channel or I watch a channel or whatever, or something happens on, don't bring that shit over here. There's a whole lot of shit that goes on over there that I would not put the fuck up with, and y'all know that. So please don't bring that bullshit back over here. If she fucking yelled at you over there, Nathan, then deal with that over there. Fuck, why even bring it over here? Who cares?
It didn't happen, just to be honest.
Okay. Well, I mean, fuck. Even if she did, oh fucking well. I mean, fuck shit. Come on, man.
Fuck shit.
Yeah, toughen up, Buttercup. I'm kidding. Don't listen to me.
Oh wait, Nana says I don't know if it's because someone. Here, I'll mute.
Nick, have you found your source?
Not yet.
And so yesterday, I just went to the police station. I walked in. I said, "Here's my name. I'm Jeremy Reagan." Yesterday, I was talked to by the police. The two officers that had interviewed me weren't there, but a different officer was like, "All right, give me just a second." So he went, grabbed one of the mouth swabs, came, took me into one of the rooms there, did a mouth swab, and said, "All right, you're good to go." And so, yeah, I just went in. They never contacted me. I just figured it's easier to just try and be proactive, just get it all out of the way sooner rather than later.
So you did the gumshoe work. You actually just went there. You didn't wait for them to come back. You went down there. What was it like when you went in? You just gave me a cursory description of what working with that police department was like, but did it seem like it was a den of activity? Was it busy? Did they seem confused as to who you were? Were they happy to see you? Did they give you any information for a follow-up? Did they say they wanted to interview you at all? Like, what was your interaction like?
So when I walked in, it was just a couple of people behind that front desk there. And then the people that were there didn't know me or recognize me because I hadn't seen them before either. They also didn't seem to really know my name. So I don't know if they were specifically dealing with the case or not. But yeah, it was just, I walked in, I said, here's my name. They said, all right, cool. And I couldn't remember the name of the officers that had come to interview me, because that's the first thing they had asked is who are the officers that did it. And I was like, I don't know, but I have the phone number if that'll help you know who it was. But yeah, it wasn't busy in there at the time. I think at that point, officers were both out and about through town, but also getting ready to go to the vigil and just make sure everything there was fine. Because when I went to the police station itself, there were just those three people, like I said, behind the front desk. I don't know if anyone else was in the back. I obviously didn't get to go back there. But yeah, when I walked in, it was just those three people out in the lobby area.
It could have been very busy. It's not uncommon to really fan out in the crowd when there's a vigil in a high-profile crime like that, because killers do like to go back. They do like to mix in, and we're going to actually do some coverage on that in just a few moments of what exactly they would be looking for and what they might actually see. But what do you expect? I mean, first of all, I'm just sort of surprised that the officers that you originally spoke with didn't give you a business card or any kind of, identification that you should get back to them with any details that you might hear. Even if you could help and be a witness, you had no way of contacting them. But what do you expect to happen next, Jeremy? Or are you sort of as much in the dark as I feel like I am?
So I'm just as in the dark as you. I assume they'll send my things up, or my DNA up to the lab. It'll come back with the results in however long it takes. But it's not like the officers just came in and interviewed me and left. I did have one of the officers' phone numbers so that if I did find anything or hear anything, I was able to call him. So it's not like they just totally left me in the dark with that. I did have a phone number that I could reach, but I didn't have anything with like their name on it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, usually you would think there's a business card, but maybe it's not the day of the business card anymore. The really important thing is that you've been pilloried on the internet. Chat groups have just had a field day, freely throwing your name and making these just phenomenal accusations. Do you think this act that you have now carried through with, which is supplying your DNA, voluntarily going to the police department, do you think that it's actually going to put an end to what's happened online, to the accusations and to the speculation, to the feeding frenzy?
I think it'll definitely help with most of it. There's always going to be a small contingent that even if the killer is found, they're still going to think it's the wrong guy. It was me instead. But I think the overwhelming majority of it will stop, which probably just means they'll go find someone else. I don't know what their plan is. People just like to do this for fun. But yeah, I think mostly it'll stop with me. And so I hope at least.
Yeah. Well, listen, keep us posted, Jeremy. I appreciate you coming back to talk to us about this. And thanks for going in to volunteer your DNA too.
Yeah. Can I mention one more thing really quick?
Yeah.
So this is actually, until this case is wrapped up, this is going to be my last interview, because I feel like a lot of this has become centered about me and what's happened with me. And it shouldn't be. It should be focused on Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee. And so I'm just going to sort of stay out of the public eye. I'll still be available to reach through the various social medias that people have been reaching me to answer questions. But in terms of interviews, this will be my last one until the case is resolved.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
So that's going to be his last interview. I think he does this one. Oh, and they said, okay, so hold on. All I've heard is that they have that they had found DNA. I don't know if it's like outside the house, inside the house. I really have no idea. I was hoping somebody else could fill me in on that.
I'm sorry, I'm not your girl today, Queen. I don't have the info.
That's okay, baby. It's okay.
I feel so bad because normally I like know the answers and I'm like, don't know.
Queen, Ellie Joe says she found what I was talking about and she sent it to you.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Fuck yeah, score.
I'm
Alley
looking for this
Joe.
other interview with Jeremy because he comes on and he's talking. He's in a hat and he's got like a plaid coat or something, or like an oversized jacket or something like that. Anyhow, he's talking and he's telling them about how he. Here, let me see here. A neighbor of the 4 university denied involvement. Yeah, so he's talking about like how they've treated him and shit, like how people have like sleuthed and like the things they've said and done and
I would think the DNA would come from the inside, but that's just obviously a guess.
he said he would give his DNA, I guess.
We call the news.
I would too if people were coming at me like they are him. I'd be like, take my DNA, take my fingerprints, take my identity, whatever you want. Just make these bitches leave me alone.
Facts.
I mean, because that could get him hurt.
Here's my Google location history. Here's my itinerary.
Here's a list of my last however many sexual partners. Like, I would just, whatever you want to know, man, just make them stop. You can ask all my exes if I was violent. Like, come on, just make it stop. I feel so sorry for some of these people. The way our society runs is kind of like a lynch mob these days is a little bit scary.
Mm-hmm.
It is. People are crazy.
Especially at the Savannah thing. I was like, whoa. I didn't know like stuff like that happened.
You know what, though, Donnie? Like, people who get killed at home, there's always somebody who lives the closest to the house. Like, they always have neighbors, like 99% of the time. He's a very unlucky person to live next door to a massacre. Right. That doesn't mean he did it. Like,
just means he had bad neighbors move in.
We all have fucking neighbors, so if I get killed, should y'all look at my neighbors? Dude, they're so lazy. No. They ain't ever out doing nothing. Even when they barbecue, they sitting down. Like, it just, no. I just feel like it's a witch hunt, and that's not okay. This isn't
pretty much
Salem.
what it is. And social media. Yeah, and here's this one right here. Here's an article I was just reading. It says grieving parents have pleaded for others to stop spreading rumors, which have been proliferating on the ground and on the internet since the 13th November slayings. All the noise out there is really harming the families.
I mean, could you imagine?
Down trails that are not real and taking them away from the ones that are. That's a fucking problem. That is a major fucking problem right there. Also, here is the picture that I was talking about. I don't know where this interview's at or whatever, but I'm trying to find it. This is what it is. If anybody else knows where it's at or anybody else can find it, this is what I'm talking about. This is where he said, when he was talking, he said he's socially awkward or something like that. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, shit, he'd fit in right fine with us here on YouTube. We're all a little socially awkward.
Dude, come on. I'm a fucking weirdo. I would never harm a fly. But
hold on. Deets got it. Girl, that's my girl coming through. And
think about it, though, you guys. Queen, look at my search history and your search history. So if our neighbor gets murdered, are we going to be on the chopping block because we like true crime? Like, y'all can't do that to people.
Hold on, which one is it, baby?
Comes to my town with
he was wearing that in another video too. Okay, yeah. See if which one. If you can, drop it in the back chat. If you have, I can, or tell me which one it is, or the name of it, or whatever, and I'll go pull it.
But for real, look at our search histories.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you've done a lot. I know that you've got a lot of this. And matter of fact, I need to go share hers. She just hit 8,000. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, man. Deets blowing up.
Yes, because she was like at, I don't know, 1.75 when I very first knew about her.
Yeah.
Like, I very first heard about her. So she's doing really good. I'm proud of her. And she just pops out videos. I mean, you know what I'm saying? She does really good. Her views are good too. So,
well, if we didn't ever go live, we'd be popping out videos too, bitch.
Yeah.
We stay too much to pop out videos.
You know what, too, Deets, thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing the one with Brandy. That's really nice of you. That was really sweet of you to do.
I must have missed one.
She just put out another one here. It's the one where we were talking this morning, just about Mallory doing pulling the stuff she just pulled. And that screenshot, I think she had seen it and went over to go kind of check things out. And here's the video. Let's see. We'll put this one on while she's looking for the other one.
So I was watching Tiffany Marie's live tonight, and she was discussing Mallory. Brandy Neal came into the chat and had learned some new information about a recent video that Mallory had done, where she is playing Bullhorn Betty and critiquing Bullhorn Betty. The title of the live.
Can you guys hear that okay?
Mallory herself does not discuss Michael.
Yeah.
Betty does discuss the case.
All right.
A lot of details to that. But Mallory herself does not discuss Michael in great detail. There's one little clip where she does, and I will play that now.
Putting everybody in the community in jeopardy, because how do they know who these people are that they're bringing into this community and into this home? However, that's not what law enforcement's saying. They're not saying that this riffraff they were bringing over here was the result of what was of Michael disappearing. They actually think Stacey Wandra is responsible and totally and wholly responsible.
Yeah, I don't know that. Listen, responsible. Listen, the riffraff has something to do with it. But then again, wait a minute. I mean, listen, people, they could be just trying to blame the riffraff too, because let's just blame the riffraff. Let's just blame the riffraff. I mean, there could be easy pin on the riffraff. But then again, this whole Stacey lady, I mean, she kidnapped the boy, she filleted the boy, she diddled the boy, whatever they were going to do. It always involves diddling people. Listen, when it's a small kid, it always involves diddling. They're going to diddle the kid. Hey, listen, what else are they going to do? Give him a bath? They're going to diddle the kid. That kid looks filthy. Let me kidnap him and give him a bath and then bury him in the backyard. They're going to diddle the kid. And then what? She's also going to dig the hole and bury it too? That's a lot of work for one fucking diddling. Let's continue.
However, here's the problem. Where was he when Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon got back? And that's
a mother! Miss Williams! As a mother, you can't say diddling.
Now, here's what the thumbnail of Mallory's live looked like. And I can see where Brandy is extremely upset about this. She's using Michael's image. She puts monkeying around on there. Everybody knows that, Michael's nickname is Monkey. But the rest is addressed towards Bullhorn Betty. But Bullhorn is discussing her son. She is discussing Michael in great detail, discussing the Wandras in great detail. It's very evident that it is about Michael Vaughn. There's a lot of other crude stuff in Mallory's video, and I see and I understand why Brandy would like her son's image and hashtag removed from it so as not to connect it. And so she politely went over and asked Mallory to remove it. Brandy Neal writes, Mallory, I am respectfully asking you to take Michael's name out of your hashtags. Not once did you share our beautiful son's face. Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. Please kindly remove Michael's name from this live. Thank you. Mallory from the House of Williams replies, although you may have less appreciation for the House of Williams platform and the audience that I have accumulated over the years, it is the audience that I bring to the table nonetheless. And true, I may not always resort to showing the faces of small children in my videos, as I rely a lot on my storytelling skills and ability to paint verbal pictures in the minds of my audience. I have a particular way of expressing myself, not unlike so many other channels on this platform utilizing Michael's name in their content as a hashtag. I believe at the end of the day, it is furthering of awareness that takes precedence before all else. So, although I absolutely appreciate you reaching out to me, which I believe is the first time, I must respectfully decline your request. I wish you the warmest regards in this incredibly difficult time in your family's life. So I personally tend to agree with Brandy on this. I think that if a grieving mother came to me and asked me to remove the images or the hashtags, I would do that willingly. She's not asking for Mallory to take the entire video down or anything like that. She was simply asking for Michael's name and image to be removed since the video was so crude, put out a message that she didn't approve of, or wasn't used in the manner that she thought was appropriate. So let me know what you guys think about this. Do you think that Brandy was out of line, or do you think that Mallory is out of line? And since we're talking about Michael, I'd like to honor Brandy and put his pictures up here for us to remember why we're sharing this stuff, why we're talking about this content, what it's all for. It's about this little boy right here whose parents are desperately seeking answers to his murder. And that's what they want. And they just want us to honor him. So even though it might not mean much, Brandy, I'm praying for you tonight. I'm praying for your family. And I hope that we get those answers, that you and your family gets those answers very soon.
She's gross. Ugh.
I just can't even with her. And just so everyone's aware, the mouse saga continues. The cat just brought a new one in.
Different strokes it takes. I don't like her, but you know, I don't have to like everybody. I don't guess. I don't know. I just, I can't with a lot of these people, to be very honest.
She thinks it's funny. Like everything she says is funny. Like, are you serious right now?
Some people just amuse themselves. All right, here we go. Is that turned up all the way?
Yes, it is. And I keep hearing fuzz. Like, here, let me go try to play the one, because this is another one that was just dropped. Let me go try to see if I can play the one Deets dropped. She said it's not her video, but whoever's video it is okay with it being played. So
Okay, because I couldn't hear that, Mama.
yeah, I was gonna say, and I mean, it's usually hold on, let's see if we can do this one.
Okay.
I think she said it's at the beginning of the video. Let's see. Let me go get through the ads real quick.
They gotta advertise to us now. Come on.
Okay, it's conspiracy. Okay, I just subscribed to this channel. Let me go give it a like too here real quick. Free way to show support, baby. Okay, here, we're gonna play it. Conspiracy is what it's called. That's the channel.
I've heard of them.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say yes, Deets. Go ahead and drop her channel in the chat too as well. That way people can go subscribe and check her out and stuff. Now, if you do and she says something you don't like, don't come back and blame me. I'm just saying this is her video. If you guys want to go check her out, it's on you to do so. If you don't like it, that's fine. Okay, no big deal. Just disclaimer.
Indeed. Because people will come back.
Some of the fucking emails I get.
Oh, yes, I would. There was a reason I took all the suggested channels off my YouTube, bitch.
So here we roll.
Okay.
On November 13th, 4 University of Idaho students were found deceased in their off-campus home after being stabbed with a knife. Hello friends, welcome back to my channel. In this video, I wanted to share one of the neighbors of the 4 victims. I'm sure you're familiar with him by now. His name is Jeremy Reagan. He has done several media news interviews and actually just did another. This newest interview, he's talking about how he's now receiving backlash and being accused of being involved since he's done so many interviews. He has also allegedly made a post on Reddit talking about this. We're going to go over and we're going to read those as well. If you have not yet seen the previous 3 interviews he did, I have them all posted under this video here. So the first interview he did, he was not alone. He was with other neighbors as well. Then he did this interview on Fox, and then he did this interview as well. And now I'm going to play his newest interview.
Apparently I'm famous on the internet now for something that I didn't do because I didn't do it. I have nothing to hide. I'm willing to give DNA, fingerprints, whatever they need. But yeah, it's just upsetting being compared to a murderer when I didn't do anything. I'm naturally an awkward person. Just my mannerisms, the way I talk. A lot of things have been online about, oh, when he was talking, he went from present tense to past tense in one of his sentences. Partly because everyone corrects themselves when they're talking. And so just my natural person is a little bit socially awkward, so I might smile at points that I shouldn't. I might make weird hand movements when I shouldn't, stuff like that. And so
Jeez, that wind is terrible.
Said, oh, he's a weirdo. He must be the killer. And so it's just stuff like that. And so, plus I think it's the amount of interviews I've done, because I have a problem saying no. Because if it's not going to hurt me physically or financially, I might as well help someone. I was home, I was asleep, and I went to bed around 11:30-ish that night. And so I didn't see or hear anything. I'm usually a fairly deep sleeper. Nothing too crazy, just because I've lived in that neighborhood and I was used to, my first year here was loud. And so I just sort of learned to drown it out. And so, yeah, everything appeared normal to me, at least when I went to bed and I woke up. 2 hours later, we got that message and there were cops everywhere, and that's when it all ended.
Now, I only played Jeremy's comments, but this is where you can go watch the full video where he's interviewed. Now, he's also apparently posted to Reddit, so we're going to read it. So it starts out, Jeremy here, couple of preliminary matters. This is a throwaway account, so I don't get harassed on my main account. You all need to stop blaming me for something that had nothing to do with. Yes, I am an incredibly awkward person, but that does not mean that I have killed and attempted to kill anybody. I did not ask to do any of the interviews or seek them out in any way, nor did I claim to have any beneficial information about what happened. I was approached every time to do an interview and told the reporter beforehand that I did not know anything. They still wanted to interview me due to proximity, so I said sure. For the first interview, the reporter knocked on my front door and asked if I would do an interview since I live so close. For the second interview, I was taking my trash out to the dumpster before I left for Thanksgiving break, and the reporter approached me while I still had the trash in my hand and asked if I would do an interview. Obviously, she let me throw it out before doing the interview. I'm the type of person that will do something for someone else if doing so won't cause me physical or financial harm, hence the reason I said yes to the interview. I also didn't expect to be contacted by national news outlets. I was shopping with my grandma when I received emails from CNN and Fox and Friends stating that they saw my interviews and wanted me on for an interview on their network. I told them I didn't know anything, but like the other reporters, they still wanted me on because of how close I live. Now that that's out of the way, to some of the rumors. I do not work at, nor have I ever worked at, the bagel shop Moscow Bagels. I have only eaten food from there 3 to 4 times since I've been in Moscow. The photo of my face staring into the sky like I'm daydreaming is clearly photoshopped. The Photoshop skills are almost good enough that you can't see the original head underneath where my face was placed. I'm not sure what picture he's even talking about. Maybe somebody else knows and can tell us in the comments. The other photo I've seen with 4 people outside and a guy with similar facial hair and a hat does not include me. This guy's chin is too skinny to be me, and he is too tall. I also don't own a hat like the one he is wearing. Yes, I rambled on during the interviews. The first interview I did, black t-shirt, had the majority of what I said edited out. So I figured the second one, beanie and coat, would be the same way. I was wrong because clearly most of what I said was aired in the second interview. I did change the verb tense of a sentence partway through, but that was because what my brain was trying to say and what my mouth was saying would have come out incoherent if I hadn't corrected the tense. Don't act like none of you have ever changed a few words when speaking because you realize the sentence would have sounded weird without the correction. It's a normal thing to do when you are speaking about something you don't know you were going to be speaking about. Yes, I had my thumbs in the thumb holes during that second interview. It wasn't bandages. I wasn't trying to hide anything. Having my thumb in the thumb holes is the natural position when I put my arms in my sleeves because they're built into my coat sleeves. Plus, it was cold outside. If I was trying to hide any injuries, why would I have worn nothing but a t-shirt during my first interview? Don't you think either of the two people speaking with me would have noticed something on my arms or hands? Some of you are trying to use logic so hard that you forget logic exists when reaching your ridiculous conclusions. Yes, I said I would see people through the windows while I was taking my dog out. That doesn't mean I was being creepy or staring in their windows. First of all, go find the YouTube video from the interview room because people went to the location and filmed everything in the area to give people a complete picture of what the entire neighborhood looks like. Second, the staircase that is directly across from the driveway from the house that leads to the large grassy field across Taylor Avenue is the path my dog uses to get to and from the field in my apartment. If I were to walk up the stairs and walk in a completely straight line from there, I would walk directly in front of the house. Where else am I supposed to look when my direct line of sight is staring straight at the house? Do you want me to stare at my feet like a weirdo? Do none of you ever look at your surroundings as you walk? Oops, sorry, all of you wannabe internet detectives probably haven't seen actual sunlight in years. There's nothing creepy or weird about noticing my surroundings as I'm walking back to my apartment, especially if there is movement in the
Which is
windows
true.
because people are moving around inside.
Yeah, I agree.
The one time I was even within a few feet of the house was when I found a phone left on the staircase mentioned above one morning last semester. I went
All
I
of
was trying to
these.
find a good stopping point real quick, but let me tell you something. They're in a fucking college town. These kids are getting drunk, partying,
Right.
smoking weed, doing ecstasy and all kinds of shit. They're doing anything they can do. They're partying, they're getting down. Of course, they can leave cell phones, and these people just really work my damn nerve. Like, come on. He look, he's got several points. Like I said, most of these people, the crime sleuths, they ain't even seen the day. You know, they live in their mom's basements or something, or grandma's basement or their own basement shit, and they ain't seen daylight in, 10 years.
Yep. Yeah, I think that they're definitely reaching. I mean, come on.
But I will say this much,
Overreaching.
pray for rock and roll. You are right. For being a law student, he sure does talk a lot. Because the first thing they tell you is to get an attorney.
And shut the F up.
Right.
It's still a kid, though.
What is?
Him, the person. He's still a young kid, dude.
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
just I don't know. It's ridiculous that people are blaming. Like it's ridiculous. He even has to come on here and he even has to do this. You know what I'm saying? It's
yes.
went around to all the houses in the neighborhood to see if anyone knew whose phone it was because I figured someone had lost it after leaving one of the parties the night before. A woman answered the door and said she didn't know who the phone belonged to, so I went to the next house. That is the only time I've interacted with anyone living at 1122 King Road, and it was different people that lived there at the time. I did not know any of the people, even though they also had a dog. I also don't know the names of anyone else in the area who has a dog either. I could identify most or all of the people in this area that have dogs if you were to place them in a lineup, but I couldn't tell you any of their names. Before the incident, none of them could tell you my name either. None of you personally know me, but if you were to ask literally any person at the dog park I go to, other than the one person I go to school with, if they know my name, or if I know theirs, every single person would say no. I take my dog there, put on my headphones, and walk around as my dog plays with other dogs. I don't talk with people that I don't know because I don't like small talk and I don't care about their personal life. Maybe that's something like Asperger's or autism. Maybe I'm just antisocial and awkward. Unless and until I go get tested, the world may never know. You can ask just about every person I go to school with if I'm a social butterfly. They all likely say no because I don't talk with most of the people. I have my small friend group that I talk with, and that's about it. I'll have conversation with someone if they start talking to me, but I rarely start the conversation because that's just not my personality. So when you all come for me saying I'm acting awkward in interviews and I'm smiling when I shouldn't be, that's partly me being nervous to talk to someone on camera and partly my natural awkward personality and lack of social awareness. If you all noticed, I barely have social media, and what little I do have doesn't involve pictures. That's because I don't like cameras. I'm not scared of being filmed or having my picture taken, but I'm not a fan of cameras in general. So there you have it, guys. That is the end of his Reddit post and his newest interview. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. I'm going to be sharing in a separate video a new article that came out about Jack, which is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We saw a recent picture of him posted by another media outlet where his hair looked dark. And in this article and in this article pictures, his hair is actually still red. Make sure you come back and check out that video as well. Thank you so much for watching. Please like this video, subscribe.
Wow. She covered that damn good. So there you go.
Yeah, you did.
You guys better make sure you go subscribe to Conspiracy. Because yeah, you can tell she is very thorough with what she does. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's definitely on it. I feel bad for that guy.
Well, yeah, because people, I mean, this is what happens though. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens when sleuthers try to, you know, take over and think they're doing some good. And I know that there's people that want to do good. Trust me, I get it. There's a lot of people who want to do good, you know, like they just want to. I passed you that link. Will you drop it in the back chat? There's 2 of them that they sent us.
Oh, is there another one? Hang on.
Yeah, there's 2 of them that I got sent, and I was going to try to send them to you, or 3 of them, I guess. So there's 3 of them. If you could drop them in the back chat. If not, I can come on and, you know what I mean, pop my phone up and do it. But it's easier to do it that way when it's sent to me because I don't have, you know.
There's one. Hold on. That I already put. Here's a second one.
Okay, baby. We'll just play these links. Like I said, we'll just play these links so far. If there's anything else that you guys want, you know, me to go over, you want to go over Jack. That's another thing I want to go over too. Don't let me forget. That's something we're about to get into Jack for real.
Okay, here's the next one.
The family already came out and backed him. They already said, we do not think he had any part of it. We don't think he had anything to do with it. None of that. And you know, JLR of all people then put out videos of him, you know, being a college kid, doing stupid stuff. Like, hey, he was balancing, he balanced like a bed frame on his chin. He balanced a chair on his chin. He balanced like a baseball bat and, you know, just all these different things on his chin, right? Well, one of them happened to be an axe. Don't you know that was the first thing that
Oh,
the JLR had to bring attention to because he balanced an axe on his chin. I'm like, are you serious? You cannot be serious right now.
But
hey,
he
Texas,
misses the
live
bed
on it. You feeling
frame.
better, love? Huh?
He misses the bed frame and the 50 other things that the kid's been balancing on his chin. But he focuses in on the axe.
Yes. And I mean, you know, like I said, college kids do silly shit. They do it all the time. They're college kids. It's supposed to be, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, yeah.
Yep.
But he makes it out to be like it's something horrible because I wish, I mean, I won't play JLR shit because I know he's I know he'll try to strike it. So fuck that. I'm not going to play his stuff. But anyhow, if y'all want to go watch it, it's on there. He's got it somewhere in his tens fucking of thousands videos of harassing the families.
All those links are back there for you now.
All right, baby. We'll pop them up because these are these are supposed to be pretty good ones. So we'll see what's going on here. What people are sending us. We'll check it out. I don't know. I feel bad for these kids. They finished high school and they went, this is one of Brian Itten's again. So we probably just missed it or it's another one or something. Here, I'll put it on real fast. But they're college kids. They're out of high school. They're going into college to do their thing and have fun and be college kids. You know, I mean, they're going to do silly things like that. They're going to go to bars and have axe thrower and stuff at the bars. Why is it so low?
I had the chance to sit down with the Goncalves family.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it.
Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part 1 of our conversation.
You know, she was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this
It's capable.
and why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And
Oh, my heart hurts for that
I want to
mama.
know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but
You just
I think I want to know it all, and
You're okay.
I just don't understand why. How somebody can take somebody, four of them. It wasn't just my girl. Just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe shouldn't have been. And yeah,
Share the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter has no ill will for me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds.
It's all target.
Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting's just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down?
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town. So,
You never think you're going to lose your little sister. Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing compared to the pain that I feel.
Yeah.
From Kaylee. And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
So life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. Since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through. But
thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find NewsNation.
Damn. That was hard fucking core. Oh, we lost Nick. That was hardcore, man.
Yeah, it really is. And it's heartbreaking. And then you got people like these tragedy pimps who want to go stand outside and spit on cars going by and make a mock. You know what I'm saying? Why? Look how heartbroken they are. They want answers. They don't.
Yeah, that's awful.
We'll pop this next one on here. I think these are all News Nation, the updates or whatever from maybe the parents or something. I'm not sure.
And by that, Queen, means we do not own this footage. We are using it under the Fair Use Act. You hear that, Brian Denton? We gave you credit.
Breaking what these families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Goncalves family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part one of our conversation.
You know, she was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, you know, but
You just
I think I want to know it all, and
you're okay.
I just don't understand why.
That's the same one we just watched. Pretty sure, ain't it? Ain't that the one we just put on?
Yeah, that seemed like the same one.
That was
Maybe just
part
edited.
one.
Next hour,
I think there's a part two as well.
Oh, is there? Okay, because I was wondering. I thought that was the same one. So is that the
It
part two?
seemed like it.
That's the part one.
No, we already played part one. So
Right.
So now we
the
should play
one-
part two, right?
We have to find the part two. Yeah.
I put all three.
okay, 'cause there was. We have 3 links back here. There's one here. Then there's in the. We played the first one, which was what we watched. Then we played the second one, which is what just came up.
Okay. So then the third
And then
one
the
might
third
be it.
one is right here. Is okay. We'll put this one on.
Hang in there, Blue Bonnet. We've been missing you and being around. I hope you feel better soon, man.
Yeah, it sucks being sick. Dang it.
Yeah, it
All
really
right.
does.
All of the details of this case, learning more about the victims and their families, trying to make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're gonna go take you around the crime scene, show you what it looks like, as well as an exclusive look at the Idaho State Crime Lab. And we're going to remain focused throughout all of this on the victims and their family. To try and understand how we got to this point, first, we go back to the beginning. Moscow, Idaho, a beautiful, quiet college town near the border with Washington State, blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
The worst crimes we see in town involve things like bike theft or cars getting keyed or something like that. We're a nice little artsy town that provides a great quality of life to a lot of people.
But what happened in the early morning hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens and it can happen anywhere.
Fear, college community still in shock following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their students. So many asking, how did this happen? We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th. Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan, where many college students spend their Saturday nights. At this local bar, the Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the two were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the Grub Truck down the street on South Main Street. News Nation has confirmed the 2 women used a private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about a mile and a half or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m., according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kaylee and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows. That person has now been cleared, according to law enforcement. Kaylee Goncalves' sister spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirm Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what that was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the 2 surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The 2 surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
So many questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still simply don't know.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
Wow. Yeah. That left quite a few questions. More questions than answers, huh?
I have to go back and rewatch that again. I got to change my notes. I was over here typing away. I'm like, wait a minute. That's different. Wait a minute. That's different.
Yeah. That just, I don't know. So, okay. So wait, we're going to have to, I'm going to have to take some notes too, because this is a lot. This is a lot.
Yeah, that one's going to require me to legit be able to sit down and do it on my own time. Because that one is...
right, different types of death or no. I think they were all stabbed, but I think
they said they all
really took the brunt. She got it way worse than, you know, her injuries were significantly worse than the other girls, from what her dad said, you know, Kaylee's dad was saying.
Right.
What really upsets me is he said there's no steps. There's no steps. They didn't have to go up no steps. So wait a minute, because they said the 2nd and 3rd floor, which would mean they would have to go up the steps.
One would think. Yeah, there would have to. And there was a staircase in the video that JONESN showed. There is a staircase. You actually enter in on like the what would be considered the 2nd floor because the way it's graded.
Right.
But then there is a staircase up to the 3rd floor. In that there was, oh gosh, I can't think of who did the video. JONESN was showing a video and the guy had broken down how the house layout was from, and it wasn't a gray Hughes one. It was another.
Okay.
Because there was no need.
Let's go pull Gray's video of the house, because he did a 3D and it was badass. Like, he really put, he puts a lot of time into this. If you guys ain't subscribed to him, which I know everybody probably already is, because he's about to hit 100K. Go ahead, Gray, go ahead.
Silver play button for Gray.
Yeah, that's super cool. He's got actually a lot of these on here. Let me see where. Let's see.
Oh, he means the guy didn't have to go upstairs, meaning Kaylee or Maddie was the target. I see what you're. Okay. Okay, makes sense now.
Okay, here he is. This is his live that he's working on the floor plan. I don't know exactly where the one is at with the floor plan that he's got, because it's like a total, but you can see here. Let's see. See, kind of goes, you know what I'm saying? He puts it together because he's smart as hell. I mean, he just, let's see where the end's at. If he's got it on the end where it's already done. Let's see.
I might have to make Gray a little chihuahua.
Yeah, I mean, he's, like I said, he does. If anybody deserves it, he does, man. He is incredibly smart, and he does, like I said, he donates a lot. Like he does, pretty large donations.
I think Chasing said that in total he's donated like $100,000.
Holy hell. Yeah. See, that's awesome. That is awesome, man.
Since his channel inception, of course. Yes.
Yeah, and you know what? Like I said, with this, I don't know if he's got. I'll have to go back and look. I'll be getting off here shortly. But he does this floor plan, and it's like
amazing.
Yeah, but I wanted to know. It's kind of gives you a better idea, like if you're a visual learner, and you can't just learn by somebody describing it, because sometimes it's hard.
So that would be the slider down in the left corner, right?
Well, that's the thing.
That right?
Here, I'm gonna go see if he's got a one done that's like where it's easier to show the. Here, let me see if he's explaining it on here.
Wow, that was almost a pretty good just guess. Look how close that was. So it needs to be a little bit smaller.
So he's putting it together there. Let's see.
Oh, he actually built it on a live. How cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
You aren't going to spend money changing the foundation walls. You might. That's in Dobby's. Or that. Unless you're joking. I can guarantee
like
that.
he put, look at it. He's got even got the little computer and.
Look at him.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow, right? So
I was trying to see if he built the whole thing, like if there was a view of the whole thing done all at once, I'll go see real fast if I can pull it. Let's see if
Eve says that's the first one. He showed it today. Go to today's live.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So the one that says Idaho 4 update new info. Is that the one, babe?
Was that one?
I wanted to see it all the way done. He like I said, I'm pretty fascinated with how good he was.
Yeah, it looks like it's on today's. Yep, it's there today. So if that's Gray's most recent live, that's the one it's going to be on in the beginning.
All right, right here then. I was trying to get a spot where he does it all at once, you know, like a full layout or something of the. Oh, that's the coyote video where the dog snatches the kid.
The baby.
Yeah, and it happens that fast. I mean, it's pretty damn quick. I don't know. I'd like to see a video of where it's like once it's all put together, you know what I'm saying? Where he explains, you know, because he does a damn good job putting it in
that I
here
have.
like this. Look.
So one family had missed out to being able to be in the same location and the same thing to really get on the same page.
I think he's doing an interview with somebody else. I don't want to pop that up yet. I don't know what's being talked about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So this is where he goes in.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if you guys are not subscribed to Gray, you guys need to go sub up to him because he did this. Like he built this shit himself on, you know, like I said on that live. So if you guys want a better outlook of the house, like an outline, you know what I mean? Go make sure you go subscribe to Gray Hughes. And this video that's playing right now is from his video from like 37 minutes ago. He just did a live, and that's what this one's from. So if you want to go watch him build it, or, you know, chat with him about it, or, you know, I guess you can't chat with him, but you can put it in the comments. Yeah, he's incredibly smart. I don't know how he did all this, but this is really cool.
It's a CAD program.
Yeah, this is really freaking awesome. I don't know how he did all that, but I mean,
it's amazing.
Yeah. And I mean, it's like intricate details too, like the little computer in the bed, you know what I mean? It's got the steps, the stairs, you know, like the rooms are of the same sizes, you know, or close to, you know what I mean?
It's to scale. Yeah. It's a scale model of the house.
Right here. This is. And that's the side there, right? The door where they could come in and out.
Yep, I think so.
Seeing with it being a college party house and you know, like, I mean, fuck, anybody could have been in and out of there. That's the thing, is anybody can go in and out of these houses. You know how it is to party. You know how it is for college parties. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's another thing too. Let me see, because a lot of the colleges will not report stuff. You know, they had a big thing where you know, girls were getting RAPE and things were happening, and the colleges was not reporting that because they didn't want to lose money and they didn't want people not to come. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. It would affect their stats if they had attacks on campus. Yes.
Yeah, and let's see here. Tuition for University of Idaho is not cheap. So
it's like $12,000.
Like that said, well, yeah, and like Haley's dad said, I sent my daughter to college and she came home in a body bag, and you know, that's bullshit. And I have the right to speak on this, and I agree with him. I really do. I think I believe he has the right to speak on this. And if he wants to give out details or hire a private investigator, I feel like he should have that right to do so, you know? But I do understand where the police are coming from when they say they'd rather not, you know, or they'd rather not do the, you know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Work, because it does bring on people, you know, unwanted, you know.
Well, and then it also makes you wonder if you're going to be hit with interfering in an investigation, because in the end, it's still a active, ongoing investigation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Emma, don't even do that to me. She said, Queen, you could build that just like driving us around on Google Earth. We'll stick with let Gray do it.
Yeah, we'll let Gray do it, and then we'll just give him all the props.
Yeah, I'd say we'll give him all the credit for it, because I mean he's good at it. I don't think I'd get so damn frustrated. You guys would see that. You guys would see that part of me. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel really bad for his mom. I feel really bad for like Kaylee's mom, because like I said, they, you know, when they say she got the worst of it, and okay, so let's get this straight too. So they said basically that it wasn't the person inside the house that called. It was somebody that showed up, right? Someone had showed up to the house, opened the door and walked in on what happened and seen it, walked outside and got sick and someone called the ambulance, or they walked outside and fainted and someone called the ambulance. How did that go down? Does anybody know?
See, I'm not clear on that, because I thought what N had said was the call came from one of the surviving roommates inside the home, but they didn't call 911 first. Maybe they called a friend first, and then an outside friend used one of the surviving roommates because they thought there was somebody passed out. And so I'm wondering, I mean, how could they have not seen all the blood? They said
Well, they did. I mean, there's no way they didn't. Come on now. Now.
Well, then why would you have said passed out or unresponsive and not deceased with blood all over? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I still really want to kind of hear I know it's inappropriate, but I really want to hear the 911 call. Hey, Purple.
Yeah, they don't usually release the 911 calls. They didn't release witnesses. They didn't release, they just don't. And, I believe that's basically to protect the investigation. And I believe that Purple, huh?
When they come down to it, yes.
Hey, I have a question, Purple. I wanted to ask real fast. Is Justin Justice for All covering Monkey? And are you guys okay with all that? Or you want to shoot me an email? If you don't want to come up, that's fine. But I was just kind of curious because I seen people, saying something about that. But, I just wanted to touch base and find out where Brandy was at with that. And if, it's not my place to speak on it until I know what's going on. So I just wanted to touch base with you guys first. Anyhow, let's see here with this. So there is a video. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I appreciate you doing that. Okay, hold on. Let me go read what you said real quick. Yes, he is, but now only when things broke. Right. So for the clicks and views, he didn't do it before. But what I'm asking is, are you guys, is Brandy okay with him talking about it? I mean, he falls with the tragedy pimps. So I'm just kind of curious as to, does she know that? And you know what I'm saying? Just, is she okay with all that? Because if she is, I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to, it's her son. I don't want to overstep my bounds. You know what I mean? By saying that, I'm just kind of curious as to where she stands with it. So if you don't want to talk about it on here, that's fine too, So here's this. This is great. Okay, so this is here. Let's see. I think he kind of explains it in here a little better, maybe, as to what's going on and how he did this. So let's check it out. Okay, not that I'm aware of. She doesn't want him or the others involved. Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know.
That's good to know, Purple. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Okay, Allie said unpopular opinion, but I don't think PIs and rewards are all bad. I think a few bad apples ruin the bunch, but many are helpful. Absolutely, they are. And I don't want to say it to be a bad thing. I don't
agree, Allie, too.
Because it is a good thing and it can be a very good thing. But I also see where the police are coming from when they say they don't want to go that route yet, or they're, you know what I'm saying? I feel like, the rewards and PIs and things like that can bring, unwanted issues and attention, and it can bring more problems and more things can be leaked. And you know what I mean? So I can see why the police would be kind of like hesitant on wanting PIs and, you know what I'm saying, rewards and such like that. But that is the family's choice. If they want to put those out, I believe they have every right to do so. So, you know what I mean? I understand on both ends, because I'd be wanting to put a fucking reward out and anything I could to find out any information on my child. I don't care what the goddamn police say. I don't care. I would want to put one out. I'd want to hire a PI. I'd want to do it all. I get it. I totally understand. But I'm just saying, like, from
grandma.
You know.
I'd totally sell grandma.
Oh shit! I don't know about well. I don't, You know what? I might sell grandma to get my kid back.
That's what I mean. I'd sell grandma to get the kid back if we needed it.
Right. I mean, I guess if I had to sell grandma, I guess I would. But shit. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pop this on real quick. We're gonna play this real fast because I want to see this house layout.
So this is Gray Hughes. I made a 3D model of the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho, where 4 college students were murdered. And those are Ethan Chapman, Zaina Kernodle, they were dating, Kaylee Goncalves, and Madison Mogan. Now, apparently, Kaylee was a roommate there, but it just perhaps recently moved out. I don't know if all of her belongings were still there or not. None of that stuff's been made clear to anyone in the public. And then based on the city of Moscow and the Moscow Police Department websites, we have this information. Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan were at a local bar called Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in downtown Moscow between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street and used a private party for a ride home from downtown.
So the Grub Truck actually has a live stream on it, right? They actually live stream while they cook and serve their food and such. And so they were able to get the girls on their ordering, and there was a guy standing there with a hat and then a hoodie, right? He pulls his hood up.
That was where hoodie guy came into the scenario in the beginning.
Right. And then so the girls actually take off and leave and walk to the left, and the guy walks straight and then curves to the right.
That is correct. Yes.
Let me see here. I want to go back up to Deets' comment and say, okay, so hold on. She said the roommates called others over. One of those individuals used a roommate's phone to call 911. We don't have any clarity on what the unconscious individual means. Wait a second. The roommates called other people over there before they called the police over there?
Yes, that's what Etten even said in that report tonight, was that they called the original 911 call came from a roommate's phone from within the home, but they called somebody externally to come over, and then they called 911.
Okay, hold on. It was Kaylee's sister that got that footage originally. The sister said in an interview. From the Grub Truck, you mean? Yeah, because they live stream that's right, Sandy, they do. They live stream every weekend, the Grub Truck. They dump the white hoodie at the food truck. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. I think it's kind of like they went to the left, you know what I'm saying? Like they kind of veered off, like giggled at him, like, bye, you know what I mean? They just kind of went their way and he went his way. And so that's kind of what I took it as. And I believe he's been cleared as well, right? That's pretty sure he's been cleared. Then everybody started going towards the boyfriend Jack or the ex-boyfriend or boyfriend, but the family stuck up for him real quick and said, no, we know he would never do anything like that. He would never do such a thing like that. He would absolutely not do anything like that.
And they even said tonight in that interview with Etten that they're still in support of Jack.
Right. And, them calling him, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't feel like, I know people are like, oh, that's suspicious, that's suspect. But you know what? When you have drunk girls and you first get home, We've done it when we've gotten home and gotten drunk. We've called our boyfriends. You know what I mean? Like you call our ex-boyfriend, you call and fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? Or you call them and
your boyfriend, your ex-boyfriend, his new girlfriend, her ex-boyfriend, and
right,
maybe even
like
his new girlfriend.
Yeah, you know, when you're drunk, you just get on. And so I can see her and her friend sitting there giggling, chatting with each other, blowing his phone up. Like she's like, I called Jack 3 times, he didn't answer. I'll call him. I'll try to call him here, you know.
Oh, Jack, I love you. I want you. Please take me back.
What
Yep,
up,
we've
UFC?
all been there.
See, I could see all that happening. I mean, like I said, they're college kids. They were drinking. They were having a good time. They went and got some food and went home. That's normal. Like we've all done that. We've all gotten drunk. We've all gotten drunk in this.
Coming up on Thanksgiving break.
Yeah. Like, especially being in college. College kids drink, they party, they have a good time. But what I want to think, I really want to say this man might have been, you know, or this guy, whoever it was, could have possibly been in the house before they ever even got home. You know what I mean?
That's what I've always thought. How do we know that he didn't harm the first two when they first came home? You know what I mean? Not the two that were left alone, but what if he came in between?
Yeah, for sure. What up, UFC? You're up here. Follow the grain. You're up here.
What's up, Pimpin'? How you doing?
What's happening?
Fuck, man, a pit bull just grabbed my little King Charles, bro, and went to war with that motherfucker. My dog's in the hospital. $6,000 bill right now just to start.
Oh my god,
bro, he took my finger off damn near. I fucking hit the dog. Look, I'm gonna give y'all a hint. If your dog ever gets grabbed by a pit bull, don't punch him. You ain't gonna win that battle. I hit him 25 times. I broke my hand. It didn't buckle. I put a broomstick down his throat. He didn't let go. I put my whole hand up his ass. He let go. There's how you guys do it right there. I stuck my whole hand up the dog's ass.
Oh man, come on.
Hey, I gotta let y'all. I know it's a serious situation. If it ever happens to any of you guys with a pit bull.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
But I'm just letting y'all know, man.
What's it gonna cost? Are they doing surgery or what?
They gave me so the bill they charged my on the minimum right now. They charged me $4,400, and the maximum they could charge me is $8,900 right now.
Jesus fuck! What did he do? Did he get him good or what? I mean, like what happened?
He had him by his chest for at least a minute, man. I was in the house and I let my dog roam the apartment complex inside. No, inside. No, but it's legal. They're not allowed to have pit bulls, and the lady's fucking dog watching someone else.
Oh, your dog's not a pit bull. What kind of dog you got?
I have a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel.
Oh no, damn.
Yeah, a little 12-pounder, and everybody's best friend. He had him by his chest. He broke every rib in his body, and he broke his chest bone. But I mean, they're telling me there's no punks or lungs, so we're all praying for him. It is what it is. I didn't want to come here with a graphics thing, but if it ever happened to you guys with a big dog, that's the #1 way to do it, or throwing water in their nostrils. But I didn't know that at the time, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say you didn't. I'm sure you probably didn't have a clue, but you walk out and you see your baby getting attacked, man. Fuck, you just want to go off. You know what I mean?
I heard him. I'm here on vacation. I'm out here on vacation at my dad's, and he stays with my dad, and it's my dog. You know, my dad's got. It's like my dad's emotional support dog. So they're both on the ground. You know, this fucking dog's on top of them. I'm like, yeah, fuck, here we go. You know, but.
Man, dude.
Honestly, I wish it was someone that started with. I wish it was someone's name that started with a D and ended with a Y. That whole broomstick would have been up his ass, but that dog only got half of it.
Shit, don't be talking like that, man. Come on.
Hey, I'm just kidding. I love you guys, man. I just haven't been a minute queen, and
yeah, I know, man. Thanks for stopping by and shooting the shit with me too. Yeah.
Hey, I think, and about this case, I think it's homeboy that knew all the girls and shit. I forgot his name. I already did my go around on this case for like a quick minute, but it's the guy who has the knives. That was this is what I think, who was at the damn fucking taco truck with him. He has.
Oh, you think it was that dude with the hat?
He has hunting knives too, and all that. He posts them on his Instagram. They killed. Yeah, that kid owns whole hunting knives. He deleted all the pictures.
Dude, it's Idaho. 2/3 of that state owns that knife.
I understand that, but why are you deleting the pictures now? You know what I'm saying? If you know you didn't do nothing, there should be no conscience.
Because the same reason that
I know. You don't want people on YouTube.
Down.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, fuck it. Like that one kid's getting attacked relentlessly. Shit, that Jeremy or whatever. They're like, oh, because you look weird, or you know what I'm saying? Because you look like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It sucks though. It sucks though. They say a hunting knife, and then you look at your Instagram. I can feel a kid, like, you know, you're 20 years old, and you pull your Instagram up, you have like 9 pictures of knives. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna delete those now. I can see that, you know, 110%.
Okay, and not only that, but just look at like what happened with Tanner, the kid that wasn't the guy who snatched Athena, the one out of Georgia. People found the same name, but from a different state, and they started threatening him.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucking, yeah, it's crazy. Look at that bite mark from that fucking dog, dude. He fucking damn took
Oh
my
my
finger out.
God. He ripped your fucking finger open. See?
But yeah, my dad's hands ripped. But I didn't, you know, that kid, I feel him, but I don't know, man. There's a lot of weird shit going on, dude. And for
well,
not,
and I feel like it's a college town. There's a lot of shit that goes on. But like, well, and like Brandy said, do you really want to know how many knives myself and my children own? I mean, when you live in like Idaho, you know what I'm saying? I guess
no,
it's like
100%. But that makes me know that it was well premeditated, because at the end of the day, you're not grabbing a hunting knife on someone's.
Aggressive, man. They said that Kaylee got it. They said that she got it the worst, which tells me that, you know, when you stab somebody, it's personal.
Oh yeah.
9 times out of 10, unless it's an accidental thing.
Weren't Kaylee and Madison in the same bed?
Yes, and that's what.
Okay.
Yes,
and didn't Madison say that she thought she had a stalker? And if they were best friends,
they kind of look similar too. They're both blonde hair, beautiful girls. You know what I mean? Like
and they've been friends since young, like since elementary school. They've been friends since they were like 7. Went to the same elementary school, junior high, high school, college.
See, the only bad thing is, look, they know where the girls were at, but where was Ethan and his girlfriend at for that whole 5 hours? They're not accounted for any. They don't know where they was at. They're still investigating. Said they was at the Sigma
Chi,
whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, they was there for a while, but then they went home at 1 o'clock or something like that. You know what I mean? But they can't account for the 5 hours they were gone.
Have you cleaned your hands with soap, water?
Yeah, they had me do it when I took my dog to the vet, the emergency vet. They had some shit there for me, and then I had to drop my dad off I'm at the emergency room right now. I mean, I need stitches, but I'm gonna let him do his thing first. Cause I got one good one, but he's got all he's got the diabetes and all this shit where he bleeds a lot. You know, where the skin rips off. So
yeah, not cool. Yeah,
let him handle his shit. You know, I'm a grown ass man. This ain't nothing to a G, but you know, it's just the point. I've never been in a dog attack, and man, I was in the room sitting there watching a basketball game, college basketball. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to win some money. Then I hear like a scream, and then I hear my dad. I'm like rolling around. I'm like, man, get off the ground. What are you doing out there?
Right, what the fuck?
You know, like I get out there and I
walk out there and you see
I hit hard, bro.
Dog.
I told you guys before on this channel, I hit like a Mack truck. And then when I say that, I don't lie. Like I hit hard. I'm not like the best technical fighter, but when I train with like a lot of these guys.
Where was the owner? Did the owners come grab their dog or what?
They called. They're not there. He's a college baseball coach. He had a dog sitter. She opened the door and he ran out. But see, there's supposed to be no pit bulls in my apartment complex. But see, it's part of my fault too. I let my dog roam, but my dog doesn't hurt nobody, doesn't bite nobody. You understand? I've been on there for 5 years. I lived there for 5 years. No leash or leash. My dog won't go in your house. My dog will not bite you. My dog will not mess with you. My dog will not go up to you. No leash or leash.
It still doesn't matter if there's a leash law. That's a leash law.
Well, yeah, but we're in a private property. They're not supposed to. The rule is no pit bulls, and little dogs don't have to be on leashes. That's the whole rule.
Because if you knew there was pit bulls, you wouldn't have let her ran. That's something you would know. You would not, because pit bulls don't fuck around. And I mean, I owned a pit bull. I will not own them. I've never owned a pit bull. I never will. I love my aunt's pit bull and all that. You know what I mean? But I'm just me personally. No, I got boxers and a Chihuahua. So you know what I mean? Like I got big dogs, but just pit bulls ain't my thing.
Shit, I did too.
I thought you were a pit bull breeding.
Pit bull fighting. Pit bull fighting.
Oh.
Look, Willow said any motherfucker that can pull the trigger, any motherfucker can pull the trigger, but it takes a man to get close enough to stab. Well, I mean, shit, women could stab too. Don't get me wrong. You know, there's women that can do it too, but I don't see a woman going and doing it to 4 people, especially
a woman. And this should be. I think a woman will be sloppier too.
Right.
Someone else will know. Not that she'll like leave something the same. Someone else will know already. They talk.
Yeah, women are emotional. Women are so emotional. They can't.
Yep.
No, hell no.
It's a man. It was a man. He dressed up good. He wore hella layers. He wore hella gloves. To me, that they can get a little DNA, but he tried to cover this shit up, and he was sitting and waiting, bro. It was like a fucking passion, obviously, but it was, you don't sit and wait for somebody and stab everybody that viciously. Like it's more than we
You
know.
made me wonder though if like they were all on that TikTok and they're all really pretty girls, and anybody like on YouTube, anybody can listen to this. Anybody can listen to this bullshit. Anybody. We don't know who the fuck's listening in on this. You don't know who's watching your TikToks. We don't fucking know who. You know what I mean? Anybody could have been stalking them
for
girls.
sure, especially
Anybody
in the area where you can search locations on Snapchat.
Well, not only that,
y'all
though,
turn
like
that
the
shit
digital
off. Turn
footprint.
that Snapchat shit off. With the little red area, they click whoever posted it. If
Oh,
your shit's
yeah.
on in that area, so if I can go to San Diego right now, I'm in the Bay Area, but I live in towards San Diego. I can click anywhere in San Diego, a certain area. It's like, okay, there's like 4 clubs over here. Let me click that. It's all red.
Right.
And it
then
shows me
all
anyone
the
that posts at that club all night.
Or anybody that's there. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And you can have me blocked. I can still see it. That's the weirdest shit ever. That's something to think about, guys. People that
See
you don't
these
even want to
apps.
see.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we have such a digital footprint these days. It's crazy to me right now. You know what I mean? Like, even like one of them had that Fitbit thing on or whatever, which it tracks your heart rate. It tracks all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would know the exact time of death. They would know her heart rate.
Oh,
change.
that's the worst part ever. They're gonna look at that Fitbit.
They would know her fear, when her heart rate went up.
That's the worst part ever for the family. They're gonna look at the tracking on that. They're gonna see her heart rate go from fucking 0 to 100, dude. That fucking
the way
sucks.
the way Kaylee's mom is right now, I don't think she would be able to handle the brutal details of it. I really don't think she'll be able to, because it's gonna when, and I'm not gonna say if, I'm gonna say when the motherfucker that gets caught for doing this shit, when he's caught and the shit comes, because it's all going to come out in the paperwork, the discovery and all that, it's going to fuck her up to hear that shit, to hear what happened, because she's already heartbroken. You know what I'm saying?
You think they'll catch him? You think they're really going to catch him?
Fuck yeah, I do. Fuck yeah, I do.
You think so?
Yep.
You think he's around still?
I think they might have DNA.
Well, they said they have DNA, but who knows if it's somebody in the house or people. I didn't even know they had all them people come over.
I think they know a little more than they're saying, because every time they say something, they second back on it, going, "Oh no, we don't mean that," or "Oh, we're gonna change what our theory." I think they're throwing a little bit out, and then or someone the one, I think it was a DA or somebody threw something out, and they try to say the cops go, "No, that's not the case." They don't want that much out there, I don't think. And then some of the law enforcement and some of the DA and all them are letting a little bit out in those interviews. And I don't think they want all that out, because they second guess themselves 3 times already. They said there was.
Well, yeah, because they came out and said it was targeted. Then they said it wasn't targeted. Then they said it was.
But the DA came out and said that first, and the cops started to second guess it, because they're like, "Look, you're hindering our investigation." And a lot of times they don't want nothing out there because of that. The hinder part where they got people that want to copycat and be that person. Because they know that whoever gets down on this is going to get a lot of fucking TV time, man. This is some Nancy Grace shit from the early 2000s. Like, I can't believe it's not on TV more. Like, someone goes in a house with 2 people still sleeping in there, kills 4 people. They don't wake up till the morning. There's 4 people dead when they wake up.
Well, when they wake up in the morning, they don't call the police directly. They call people to come over there. So then
there's no
suspects come over there and fucking fuck up the crime scene already as it is, and then they call the police. There's fucking DNA galore in there.
Bro, this shit baffles me. It baffles me. It does. Because, we watch these movies, and my mom and shit, when we grew up, we didn't have these phones and shit. So your parents would watch Lifetime. You'd sit there and watch it with them. This is something you would see on the fucking Lifetime movie.
Yeah, like, hell yeah.
Are you kidding me right now, dude?
Shit.
Like, this is the shit that we watched on Lifetime, man. When we didn't have the phones, we all could be on YouTube and talk about it, And then you get your family together. Like, Scott Peterson was huge, And this is one of those cases that'd be like a Scott Peterson case, and just. I'm baffled. I'm baffled right now that the other 2 didn't wake up. I don't care.
Yeah, see, that's strange too. But you know what? When you're drunk as hell, we don't know if they was drinking. We don't know if they was hungover from the night before. We don't know if they was stayed up doing homework.
That's true.
They could have stayed up.
If he was lying and praying, if he was lying and praying on the 3rd floor waiting, then they probably wouldn't have heard him. He was already in the house waiting, and bang, 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 right when they laid their heads. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, see, that's the thing is he could have, if somebody was in there already. And that's the thing is somebody was in there already. They could have got, but the girls had time to come in, chill, call that Jack or whatever, which kind of insinuates if somebody was in the house, you more than likely you would think they'd be attacked right on the spot, right when they walked in, right?
Yeah, you would think that, but maybe they didn't, because maybe he was like, "Fuck, if I get them, I'm not gonna get the people I really want, all of them." You know what I'm saying? So. Let them go.
No, just it's odd that he did all 4 of them and not the 2 upstairs. Not the whole house. Like, if
I would think get the whole house if you were gonna get caught. If you had any instinct with it in your head that these girls
Well,
are
just
gonna
like the
wake up
Delphi
catching me.
killer, you know, they said it's somebody that's hiding in plain sight, and I'm telling you right now, they didn't even fucking that chief of police or whatever. He didn't even retire because he said he was not gonna retire till he found that the Delphi.
Well,
They did.
The Delphi killer was
He was a fucking pharmacist, and his daughter took a picture on the same fucking bridge that he killed them girls on. Like, these sick fucking motherfuckers, man.
Well, and
That's the thing too, is they're talking about people go back to the crime scene. They go back to it. That's the thing. They fucking do go back to the crime
Dude, 90% of people at least go back one time. The dude out here where I live, where I'm from the Bay Area, he fucking cut his girlfriend up with a machete right here over near Apple in the Redwood City. And this motherfucker walked back to the fucking scene when the cops were there.
Yeah,
walked back to the scene to see what was going on. He sliced her head off, beheaded her, left her body without legs and a head in the street, and then walked back an hour later when they were investigating. That's it. Like, how? You're either dumb or you're sick, and that's sick to me. It's not dumb. That's not dumb. You can't be that dumb.
All right, hold on. Crazy House Saloon said, Ethan's dad said that he was on the floor. It is not far-fetched for the roommate to wake up and see him on the floor and think he was unconscious if they called his name and called his brother. Right, but when somebody's stabbed, there's a lot of fucking blood from that. Like, you're not just gonna see him laying there. You're gonna... you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of blood from.
There had to be signs throughout that. When that guy was walking through the house with the knife, there had to be blood drop throughout that whole fucking house.
Yes, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, even on the walls and everything, like it wasn't
closed.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just a little bit.
No, I agree. That's 110%. Like, I'm a fucking. I live right next to Alton, California. That's no doubt in my mind. That whole house covered in blood. Not the whole house, but from whatever route he took out to the route from each room to the door handles.
So hard though, man. Fuck.
What about the door handles from his hand stabbing people with all the blood on his hands? Him open the next door. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. To me, it's got to be 100%. But
I don't know, man. You see the shit that people fucking pull these days, and then when they get caught and the shit comes out, it's fucking like, man, what the hell? Just
hey, bro. There's always the next step up. We know that, man, and it's only getting easier for them to fucking get smarter than the last.
Well, yeah, and then, I mean, DNA comes out. Everybody's got Ring cameras. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's doorbell cameras. Phones.
It's gonna. There ain't no getting away.
Like I said, there's no if, there's when. This motherfucker will be caught. I'm telling you right now.
Because they'll have the exact timeline from that watch, and they'll look at the cameras on both sides. Even if there's one next door,
I haven't heard
that 5 houses down within 3 minutes. He should be there 3 minutes to 4 minutes if he walked. You know what I'm saying? They'll have that timing down, dude, where he's fucking fucked. He's fucked like Chuck. But.
Okay, hold on. Deets is correcting this here. I gotta listen to Deets is correcting this information, which I'm glad she did. Ethan's dad never said he was on the floor. That was a rumor that started as a theory in Reddit and mixed into a media article where the Chapins were quoted. It went from there. So there we go. There's that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll figure it out. Everything will come out. The truth, and whatever's not the truth is going to come out. But like you said, it's 2022. You ain't getting this far. You can get 2 houses down. You get 3 houses down. You can get wherever you want down. But sooner or later, they'll have the exact time down where they'll have a camera that catches you. They'll have a fucking. There's only going to be 1 or 2 people out at 5 in the morning or 3 in the morning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. That unless this person lived either in the house or which they said no, that was cleared, or in the apartments or close to it, they're gonna see. You know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of a camera. Cameras. Around the house, or people's got Ring. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm waiting on, is somebody to check their camera and see somebody walking down the road, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm surprised. See, what's weird is that you got the New York case that happened where he cut that wife, that lady up that was a mom and a wife, and she was in in New York. Remember, she got cut up, put in the suitcase, and the guy that was like cleaning the house or whatever, the fuck he was, he ended up killing her, and they put that camera out right away, the first day. Remember they put that. I don't know if you remember that case. It happened this year. Earlier this year, he killed that woman in New York. She was married and her husband was in Oregon, and They put the video out the same day in New York. That's the only thing that confuses me, because you know how we sit here every day and they say we can't give out that much information because it'll hinder investigation. But in New York, I swear to God, some people might in the chat remember that. It was in New York, and the lady, that she was like a 30, 40-year-old woman. She got murdered, and she was married, and her kid and her dad, her husband, was in Oregon. They had the cameras out that day, the Ring cameras next door, trying to figure out who did it. That's the craziest thing to me. Like, some of these cases they won't even show us because it'll hinder it. And the other ones, they have the shit out right away, showing us everything. That's why I think they kind of know who did it.
Okay, prayer here. Look, this is what prayer. Let me see here. Prayer partner Eve, servant of God, says it's likely Ethan was the first to go. Xana fought back, and then killer went upstairs and completed the rest. But the dad said that. What about the steps? Why was he making that comment about the steps? Right, alleged. That's how you. Yeah,
I think that was meaning that Maddie Kaylee and Maddie were the target.
He came out and said, "Don't make me be the alpha. Don't make me do this. Do not make me do this." Her dad's pissed.
I agree.
He said this much. He said, "Please don't be upset. Please, he said, to the police department." And I do gotta respect that, because he's like, "Please don't be upset. If you're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, we respect that. They still respect the police department, and I still believe that they wholeheartedly, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
No, they're helping them and stuff, but it's just, I think they just want answers, and they want them like right now, and I don't blame them for that. I sure as fuck would want answers right now too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Pecan Pie. The dad's words were kind of cryptic in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of, because he was...
I could get a couple of double entendres off of that. Don't make me be the alpha, meaning like, don't make me be the one that has to stand up and go fight for my daughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't make me be the one that has to go get a PI and bring them in and then shame. Don't make me be the one that has to shame your police force for what you're doing.
Yes. See,
I could see a couple different ways to look at it, and I'm sure there's probably others that might have other thoughts.
Don't make me be the one who finds this person and interrogates them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a daddy.
Well, and she's like, just calm down. Just calm down. She tells him like 2 or 3 times. Matter of fact, I'm about to put it back on and listen to his words again, because I want to listen to what he says again.
Set, the parents of Kaylee Goncalves, Christy, and Steve
Goncalves. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're
That's
a little
so
kid
true.
and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes. I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful, because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do, and we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can, but
see that right there. He said, I have no doubt they're working as hard as they can. That's what I mean. She said, I agree. They had to have been on different levels. Yeah. And that's the thing too, that it's hard to say whether they were in there or not. You know what I mean? Because we won't know, but it's really hard to tell, that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, he's like, I feel for these, but like she said, they said you call him the boogeyman. And girl, you know what? All I could think was, hell yeah, that's boogeyman behavior. You know what I'm saying? And be careful.
It's the stuff that nightmares are made out of.
Exactly.
You crawl in bed in your home thinking you're safe, and the fuck.
Yeah, it's sad as hell. Good to see you, Big Al. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start this again.
Somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
About 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
that's another thing I think is bullshit, because you see the media and what the police are saying, just like with other cases where they basically made it sound like they walked straight up to the door and, you know what I mean, picked.
Right.
This, I don't want to put her in this because it's not, you know what I mean? But it's just like things that it's like a play on words. They say things and it makes people think other things. You know what I mean? Not that they don't, it's hard to say it.
The double entendre, the meaning within the meaning within the words.
Yeah.
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
have
up
been
the
the target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
I'm sorry, but in my opinion, he did pay for that right. And I believe he has every right to speak on what happened to his baby girl. And I believe he has every right to put it out there.
I'm still confused. I would like clarification as to what he means that their deaths don't match.
And points of damage.
It almost makes it sound to me like one was maybe
right.
Killed one way and then one was killed another way, or one was, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to.
And or does he mean? I don't even. I apologize. My brain is a little fried today.
I mean, I'm just saying it's just very odd that. And okay, right. I know they said that Kate. Okay, I know they're saying that she had it much worse. It just, like Maddie and Kaylee have been friends for a long time. They said that her bed wasn't even there because she was moving out, which is why which would explain why they were, she was sleeping. They were in the same room,
sharing a bed.
And they said Kaylee was brutally killed, brutally murdered compared to the other three.
That makes me think, I can't even actually say the words, but if I can say, 3 of them were probably quicker than
That's what I thought, Deets.
Yeah, he's saying, I have paid the ultimate price, the loss of my daughter. Therefore, I have earned the right to speak on this.
Well, and he paid the bill for the funeral.
So, prayer partner Eve said, so Kaylee was the target. Are you asking, or you say, like, is that a statement, or are you asking a question?
So I think this dad is also trying to say that he knows what the autopsy was because he paid the funeral bill and got his daughter back.
Right.
So I think he's trying to say that there too. Sorry about the dog.
Right. I understood that. He would have access to Maddie's autopsy. Kaylee was murdered brutally.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like Wendy. Okay, like Wendy said, and Kaylee wasn't even supposed to be there that weekend. If she was targeted, it was by somebody who knew she was there visiting.
Right.
But then again, they post on their social medias and their TikToks and their stuff, and you know what I mean? Like, or it could have been somebody at the, if she was moved away, it could have been somebody there that seen her that weekend and was like, took the opportunity. I don't know, man. This hurts my heart. I'll finish playing this.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's. I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911. Somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things, and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but we know that this is getting 3 weeks in, and it's starting to get. We don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you tell me you don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong, and you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I want to. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then you know the community. This is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we ask for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking. This town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy just with volunteers.
Lineage companies were,
Put Idaho on the map.
Christy, Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep asking questions. Any resource that we have available, our audience is praying for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. It was big for you guys to come back to Moscow tonight. I know it took a lot of courage to do it, and I'm hoping we can get some answers for you. Thanks so much for joining me tonight.
All right, do you guys want to finish watching Gray Hughes with the floor plan layout? I think that's pretty interesting after hearing that. Do you guys want to watch it, or are you done? What's up?
I'm gonna hop down, honey. It has been a long day, and I'm out here at the farm, so I'm out in the country. So I'm gonna hop down, and I'm gonna listen, but I don't want to fall asleep on panel, and my eyes are getting heavy.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate you hanging out. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for having me up. We'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
And my dog is getting restless. That's when you heard him bark, and he's ready for night time. He's looking at me like, "Are you coming?" But
you better go lay down with them.
But I wanted to mention what I had heard.
Absolutely. Go ahead, baby.
On another creator's channel, apparently someone sent this creator an email that explained the 911 call, and it made perfect sense to me, but I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, how would this person have the 911 call if no one else did? They're not releasing it right now, so there's no way.
But either they were there or knew who actually made the call. It was very specific, actually. It made sense. I don't know if you want to hear it.
Yeah, I don't know where it's from. I don't know.
I put it in back chat where I heard it from. And he was reading an email from somebody.
Well, he's pretty. If it came from him, he probably knows what he's.
That's how I felt about it. So I didn't want to say reliable though, because I don't really know that. I don't watch over there enough to know that. So
Well, and if it came from an anonymous person, then we don't know, you know?
yeah, but it made perfect sense.
Yeah, see, that's the same thing that I was just talking about. The one roommate okay, so I understand that, but they supposedly, the rumor or whatever was that one roommate had found Ethan, went into hysterics, tried to call 911. The other roommate ran outside and was screaming and fainted. That's when somebody outside called 911. And that was the rumor that was going around. I don't know if that's true or not sure, but that was definitely, said before. So that's kind of where,
Yeah, it just made sense to me with
Yeah,
what
absolutely. I
laws.
appreciate you letting me know too. I thank you for doing that.
I just didn't know if you heard it or not. I didn't hear it until just, I think, yesterday or day before. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I was curious to see if there was other people when they said that that they had called other people, that other people were over there. So when they say DNA, when they say that DNA was found or whatever, that they have it could be from anybody. It could be from anybody that lived there. It could be from one of the four kids
But
that way.
I think when they said they called other people, I don't think it was on the phone. Hey, come over here. So-and-so's laying out dead in the kitchen. I think it was, they were outside hysterical
Lindsay
calling
said
for
not
help.
true at all. That came from Reddit. So see what I mean? And I know you said in the back chat that you heard it on which he is very reliable. I mean, he's a very good dude.
I didn't hear it on Reddit. I know that because I don't even know what that is, to be quite honest with you. So
Well, I mean, I know you had said back here that you had heard it on ICML. So like I said, he's a very credible source from what I can, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I really like ICML. So I would say he is a trustable source on here with his information. However, you have to consider that they're saying it came from an anonymous person or anonymous source, and that obviously could be Reddit, which Lindsay said it's not true. So we have to just kind of be careful with that stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's why I put in back chat before I even was going to speak or say. I just wanted to make sure you've seen it because we played it again and it was in there again. So, which leads to the question again, right?
Yeah, and so you just have to be careful because sometimes, I mean, it's tough. These, you know what I mean? But I appreciate you letting me know.
All right. I'm going to get this dog to bed before he starts barking at me again.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good night. We'll talk to you later, baby.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hey, Brandy, how you doing, baby? I see you in the chat. I just seen it pass by me here. Prayers and strength to these families. You know what? And prayers and strength to you too, Mama. I know you're having a really hard time, and you're so strong, so strong. And I'm so sorry that House of Williams, responded to you the way she did. It was very disrespectful, and I'm incredibly sorry that they are the way they are towards you and other families. It's disgusting. And I'm so sorry. I hope you guys are having good, trying to have a good day with the kids and stuff. I mean, it's tough though. And we understand over here. Like I said, you're in a safe spot over here. Also, while you're here, I did check with Purple earlier. I seen before I spoke on it. I wanted to make sure I wasn't overstepping my bounds by speaking on it, but I wasn't sure if, Justice for All was covering Monkey's case. And I seen that, he was in the chat and in a chat or whatever, talking about covering it. And, after that was said by his friend and things were going on and all the stuff with Dolly and them, I didn't think that you wanted anything to do with them, but I wasn't sure. I didn't know. And I didn't want to overstep my bounds by saying something without asking first. So I did ask Purple, and she said that you basically had said, no, you didn't want any of them covering your son's case. And I just wanted to make sure that, you knew I had asked that. So, oh, you guys are sweet in the chat. Oh, no problem, girl. Anytime. Anytime. If you guys ever need anything, you let us know. Reach out. You can email me. We'll chit chat, or you can talk to Purple. She can email me. However, whatever works. You know, you guys need anything, let us know. And I'm so incredibly sorry that you're having to deal with Bullhorn being outside the Wandras and outside the other possible or whatever you want to say. I'm sorry you have to deal with any of that. Oh yes, I did. Somebody had emailed me about sending gifts. Would you like me to give them the email address or the website, or do you have a email address or anything that you would like for me to give out? If not, that's okay. I understand. Or is there somewhere you want me to send, like a community tab or anything, like a Facebook page or, the website or anything like that? Or do you and the kids have a Amazon wish list or anything like that? I know, Willow. I was so pissed. I was so pissed when I seen that screenshot, and I was extremely upset. And Brandy was so nice. You were so much nicer than I could have ever been. Sending love to y'all. Let's be louder for justice for our loves. That's right. That's right. Oh, I know, Willow. I know it. And I know it's getting late. Shit, I probably won't stay on here too much longer. You guys want to finish watching this? Or are you ready to go to bed? What's up? What's happening? What y'all want to do? All right, perfect. There we go. There's the link in the chat there. You can donate right there. You can donate to Michael's family here, and there's the website right there. That would be great. So there you go. That's the best place. Oh, you tired, Sarah? Oh, there's no school for us. We're partying, huh? Oh, that's so sweet. Everyone has filled the kids' Christmas wish list. That's sweet. I figured they did. I figured you guys, but I wanted to ask, just to be sure. I did tell people to go fill, the angel trees at the Walmart, at churches, and, Target, and wherever else they do them. I'm not sure where else they do them at, but if you guys want to, you can use the website, or in honor of Monkey, you guys can go, purchase some toys for the kids that need them or whatever. Whatever you feel compelled to do. The heifer next door said, wide awake here putting up Christmas decorations. I know I finished mine this weekend. Oh, you mean finish the video? Okay, baby, that's fine. We'll play the video then. Because right, Gen P, I wondered why they didn't have school. We have school. Why don't y'all got school? What's going on? Oh, that'd be sweet, Jen Kitty. I will donate to a local child in Michael's name. That'd be sweet. That's really sweet. Okay, here, we'll finish playing this because Gray is, I mean, he's incredibly smart. And I really, like I said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So can't wait until somebody's held accountable for what they've done to these 4 families, to these 4 kids. You know what I mean? It's awful. It's awful. Whoever did this has a lot of hate in their heart, and they're incredibly disgusting. So.
In the public. And then based on the city of Moscow and the Moscow Police Department websites, we have this information. Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan were at a local bar called Corner Club at 202 North Main Street in downtown Moscow between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street and used a private party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at their 1122 King Road residence around 1:56 a.m. At approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Zena are believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. Ethan Chapin and Zena Kernodle were seen at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive. The Sigma Chi fraternity is actually very close to the residence. I mean, it's literally a 2-3 minute walk to get there. Detectives believe that on November 12th, the 2 surviving roommates had also been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned home by 1 a.m. on November 13th. The 2 did not wake up until later that morning. Now, are we missing something with those roommates? There's people out there that have said that they heard things and then locked their doors. I think police are intentionally leaving out what the 2 surviving roommates may have seen and heard that led them to locking their doors. We don't know that information. On November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommate's cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence and found 2 victims on the second floor and 2 victims on the third floor. So the victims on the second floor are most certainly Zena Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. And the 2 victims that were found on the third floor are very likely Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves. The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated the 4 victims were likely asleep. So everybody keep that in mind, that they were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. So that means they were sleeping when the attack started, and then they likely woke up and tried to defend themselves, but were eventually killed by this individual. Police believe the
So what do you guys think about that?
2 victims were on the second floor and 2 were on the third, as I just stated. Police also wanted to put out these statements.
And see, with Kaylee's dad, I just, with the way he was talking, I don't know, man. I don't know. This is the ground floor here. Right. Okay. So, I don't know. Yeah, he's very smart. I'm telling you, Gray does his homework. That's for sure. But I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. Like I keep saying, I don't know, because I'm just, the way this happened, the way this, they were brutally attacked and just, I don't know who would want to do this. I don't know why they would want to do this. It just, I can't.
They said at this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the male Kaylee and Madison attempted to contact numerous times on November 13th is involved in the crime. So those phone calls that they're referring to there were that Madison and Kaylee, starting at 2:26, Kaylee was calling her ex-boyfriend Jack and called him 5 or 6 times up until 2:44. Then Madison started calling the same boyfriend, ex-boyfriend Jack, from 2:44 to 2:52 and called 3 different times. And then at 2:52, Kaylee tried calling Jack one more time. Now, to me, that indicates that, either Jack didn't want to answer the phone and the girls knew, either he was upset or wasn't answering the phone, so switch over to Madison using her phone to call to see if he would answer her phone. But Jack.
That's what I was just thinking. Maybe they used the other girls. Maybe they used, the other phone to see if he would answer, since he hadn't answered the first calls, because they're best friends and they had been drinking. You know what I mean? Come on now.
Jack never answered any of their calls. Okay. Police are saying at this time they do not believe that individual Jack is involved. Kaylee mentioned having a stalker, but detectives have been unable to corroborate the statement. Investigators are requesting anyone with information about a potential stalker or unusual instances to contact the tip line. At this time, detectives have investigated the private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on November 13th and do not believe he is involved in this crime.
Because of the web sleuths, they have to come out pretty much and say, okay, we've checked into the boyfriend. He's not a suspect. Okay, guys, okay, we've checked into the neighbor. He's not a suspect. Okay, we've checked into, it's really shitty that they have to do that because of the, web sleuths going through everybody's stuff all the time and wanting to solve a case they don't know half the details to. I feel like they have to keep coming out and saying this, because like the roommates here, with somebody calling and saying that they were guilty, you can't do that. You know what I mean? You just can't just be putting it on, I don't know.
They also, at this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the 2 surviving roommates or the male in the grub truck surveillance video are involved in this crime. So when Kaylee and Madison left the bar that they were at 1:30, they went to this grub truck to buy food, and there was an individual that was walking with them and then stood back and sort of walked and tracked them, and he apparently was there to make sure that they made it home because they were really intoxicated. And then after Kaylee and Madison got their food, they went to the right and then to the left around the grub truck onto the street, and apparently got a ride from an individual, and that person they don't believe is involved either. And the individual that was following and walking with them by the grub truck actually walks down the sidewalk a little bit farther after sort of waving at them, and then heads off in another direction towards a parking lot, perhaps maybe even his vehicle. And they're saying, at that time that they didn't believe that person was involved. Okay. So
they've came out and said that person, this guy's not involved. the neighbor's not involved, the apartment, the people in the apartment's not involved, Jack's not involved. Like they keep having to come out and say, you know, this person's not a suspect, this, you know, and I just feel like if they weren't pressured, they probably wouldn't have to come out and do that with every single person that they had interactions with, like the Uber driver. And I feel like social media is fucking up these cases bad.
So, you know, the two roommates come home and they get home at 1 o'clock in the morning. All right. And these are their rooms, 1 and 2.
We don't pay attention, y'all.
Room either one of them lived in. So it was Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk lived in these rooms right here. Okay. So the killer came in, maybe he tried to get in their doors, but they were locked. We don't know. The killer came in. Now, was the killer in the house before 1:45 when the other 4 roommates came home and hiding somewhere? We don't know that. Or did they come to the house first and kind of scope out the house? Because it is a party house, and maybe it wouldn't be that weird if some random person was walking around in there, and maybe scoped it out, then left, waited, and watched, knowing that these other 4 roommates were going to be coming home at some point. We don't know. So the person, if they went through the keypad way, they would have came up these stairs right here. After coming up those stairs, you can see I just put that floor on now. There's the door from outside. They come up these stairs, and then Zaina and Ethan were in this room back here and were killed. So were they killed first? We don't really know the order of it, but police likely do know the order. And let me show you the next floor. So after coming up the stairs and killing perhaps Ethan and Zaina first, they would go through this little entrance here, which is a little drop down step that you can see right there. And they would go up these stairs. This is the sliding glass door entrance. That's the kitchen right there. They would go up these stairs right here. And once going up those stairs, they would get to the top here and take a left and go through this door right there, which is the bedroom of either, I think it was Madison's bedroom. And perhaps Kaylee was even in that room, because if she had moved out and was just coming back to visit to show her car, then that means she probably wouldn't have her bed and all those kind of items.
Yeah, so this is given a little bit of a better idea of what the house layout is like. It just kind of, I don't know, man. Willow, what was you? Hold on. Even women, 4-on-1, very risky, especially when they have home field advantage. Well, I mean, here, I'm sorry, but I'm really not agreeing with people saying the girls sleeping together were bi or lesbians or were lovers. No. I think they were just best friends. They had been best friends A1 from day ones. So, I mean, you know, girls do that. Like, best friends, I mean, shit, sisters, come on. Just because they slept together in the same bed, that doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything like that. I'm with you, Jen. I think it's ridiculous. Richard, you think the person was there before? Makes me wonder. Really makes me wonder. But I don't think they would have waited there. I don't know. I really don't know, man. I feel like I need to know more information before I can really say.
At the house still, so she probably would have slept in the same bedroom as Madison. That's just a guess. We don't really have that information, but we have heard that she wasn't still living there, but had been living there recently, and then had moved out and was come back to visit just to show the Range Rover that she purchased. So I hope this really lets you see the layout a lot better. So let's remove the third floor again. So if the person came through the sliding glass door and killed Ethan and Seylah first, I mean, that really shows a level of targeting where they intentionally went in there to kill these people. They you know, if they were killed while they were sleeping, and he went all the way into the door, you know, through the sliding door like this, through this opening, and then back here, man, that's really out of the way. It's not really like a linear sort of attack where it sort of makes sense. So this makes it seem like it is completely targeted. All of them, I believe, all of them were targeted, but there was one individual that perhaps got the brunt of the attack because that's the person they were most angry at. Now, the way the police could likely be able to determine the sequencing here is by blood droplets. So if Seylah and Ethan were killed first, and there's droplets of their blood, perhaps dropping from the knife or off the clothing of the individual, and that blood is up these stairs here, then that means they were first. If they killed Madison and Kaylee first, you would only see Madison and Kaylee's blood droplets here, and then perhaps even droplets of their blood down the hallway here. And then Ethan and Seylah were killed here, and then after that killing, you might see some other droplets. And if there's any droplets of any of their blood heading out this way, then you know that that's where they exited. Or if there's blood coming down the stairs and they went out this way, then that's the way you know they exited. So if there is only blood going this way, we still don't know which way they came into the house, but it might indicate which way they exited. All right. I did see that police were filming what seemed like maybe they were looking at a blood spot with a camera. They were filming straight down on the concrete on the road out there, a really high detailed photograph on a tripod facing straight down, and they were filming something on the ground, and the street would be out in this direction compared to the what we're looking at right here. All right, so my guess here is that this individual is somebody who believes that they would be with a certain female if not for the interference with these roommates, and has anger towards them, but has most of their rage towards one of these females that lived in the home. Ethan, I think, was just stayed overnight on the wrong night. Okay, now it could also be that he was awake, that Ethan, Seylah, Kaylee, and Madison were all still kind of awake around 2 to 3, and maybe there was an individual in the house that was flirting with one of the girls and really thought that, you know, he should be able to have that girl, right? And they were all awake, and then that person leaves, and perhaps that's why the Madison and Kaylee called Jack. We don't really know why they called, but perhaps that's why they called, because there was somebody else in the house at that point. And then that person leaves, waits outside, perhaps up above in that small little wooded area right next to the parking area up above, and you could see through the trees, and waited for all the lights to turn off, and then maybe waited another half an hour. So we still have proof of life, if you believe, and I strongly believe, that the phone calls made by Madison and Kaylee it was made by them, because why would you switch phones if you're an evildoer up there? Would you really, use a different phone and switch around? It just seems like it's more obvious that they thought maybe Jack was monitoring their phone calls or screening.
Yeah, like screening their calls and stuff, which is why I kind of got to go with Gray when he said she maybe she thought he wasn't answering her calls, so she had her friend call or whatever, but they are best friends. So, I mean, it does. So, I mean, like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say.
Screening them, and that maybe if Madison called instead of Kaylee, he might answer. But it makes, they're alive at 2:52 in the morning. And please believe that the murders happened between 3 and 4. So, you know.
I'm still curious as to what Ethan and Xana were doing for those 4 or 5 hours that weren't really accounted for. I'm still kind of curious on that. Like, where were they at? Who were they around? Could it have been somebody that they were around or that followed them back as well? I mean, you can see at the grub truck, they are pretty intoxicated and, you know, weren't well aware of their surroundings. I wouldn't think. Yeah, Kaylee's phone could have died and they used Maddie's. Yeah, same thing. I mean, with them being best friends, who really knows? I mean, they could have been joking around and she could have said, he didn't answer for me. Why don't you call him and see if he'll answer for you? But it almost makes me wonder what if he would have answered? I mean, what if he would have answered and went over there? Shit, he might have been attacked too. He might have been killed too, you know? Shit. So it might have been, you know, at this point, a good thing he didn't answer.
Let's say it's 2:52. They're done making calls. They may have even been calling while they were laying around up in the bedroom. You know, we don't really know, right? Like maybe they were making, Kaylee and Madison were calling Jack while in the bedroom, on the bed, you know, just talking, listening to music and so forth. And then after that, they turn the music off. Or maybe they're even, you know, we don't know, but maybe they're still awake and maybe there's a little music playing and that might have muffled what happened to Xana and Ethan. But, you know, the killer comes in between 3 and 4 is when they believe the murders happened.
Makes you wonder how thin these walls really are. Like, how the hell did how the hell did the kids upstairs not hear it, you know? Which, like I said, I don't know. They could have been studying. They could be hard sleepers, but heavy sleepers. It just, to wake up to something like that. Fuck. Hold on. What are you talking about, Willow? What the fuck would you stream that anyways? The food truck? Well, the grub truck, they stream it every weekend. That's what they do. They stream the grub, which shit, it's a good thing they did because then there wouldn't be footage of the girls there if they didn't, you know? Yeah, they could have had earbuds in, or they could have had the TV going. They could have been sleeping hard, or, you know, they could have, who knows? Who really knows?
Yeah, and they likely would be able to determine the time of death based on the food consumption. So they probably, I think they could even hear what was ordered at the grub truck. They likely ate that food at that point, and then based on the, you know, how digested the food was in the stomach, they could probably tell the time of death, you know, very closely. And they believe it was between 3 and 4 a.m. Okay. So I hope this model helps everyone. To me, it makes it really simple to follow, even though it's a really convoluted house. I think this actually might need to be even a little bit further into the right here. the model, it's hard to do because I don't have the actual diagram that was put in Daily Mail is inaccurate because that was prior to some of the remodeling. Like the placement of different things isn't the same way. Yeah, so let's just look at one last time. You come in right here, you come up these stairs, you go down this level. There's one little step down to 2B here. Then you go up these stairs, and then after you go up those stairs, you come up to the 3rd floor, and this is where Madison and Kaylee likely were, right there. And Zaina and Ethan are right here. And as you can see, they're not right on top of each other. And this one's a floor down. So it might not have been as easy to hear anything going on up here as you might have believed. Okay. So, it's always great to have a model here. It doesn't help solve the crime. It does help give people that are following the case a much better understanding of what happened.
Absolutely, and especially if you're a visual learner and you know what I'm saying, you learn better by watching.
You might have originally believed based on where Zaina and Ethan were sleeping. Why did they go all the way there? And why weren't the 2 individuals on the 1st floor killed? Was it merely because their doors were locked? Wouldn't Zaina and Ethan have locked their doors if they're, sleeping together? Maybe Madison and Kaylee wouldn't because they're up on the 3rd floor basically by themselves and they felt pretty safe up there. I don't really know, but this case is absolutely wild right here. It's amazing. Right now they have no people of interest and no suspects. And that is absolutely crazy. There's got to be DNA somewhere from this individual in that house. And if they have that, they have to fast track forensic genetic genealogy and get right to the bottom of this. Because, if I was a parent of a student, I wouldn't let him go back to school there at this point.
I wouldn't either. If I was a parent, I wouldn't let my kid go back either. Not right now. Hell no. Look at rule number 1 of frat life: lock your room door, hoard all personal items and toiletries, hide food, and yeah. But see, it's just with the steps. Okay, so that's what the dad was talking about. Is that what you mean? Pecan pie, pop up if you can. But yeah, seeing this makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Because like I said, a lot of people are visual learners and you learn better by looking at it and seeing it in a visual way instead of just reading it or, assuming. That's the thing too, is he was really upset because he said, you don't want flyers posted up in your town, but the schools are like that, but you would think they would want flyers posted to try and get this person off the streets immediately. Yeah, how scary. I wouldn't want to send my kid back either. Hell no. Like Steve said, he sent his daughter to college and she came back in a box and it's awful. Turn your camera off, love. And I'll pull you up, which this covers it anyhow, but there you go. Hey, baby.
Wait.
Oh, you got feedback, love. Oh. You got feedback, love. Okay. She said, wait a minute. Oh, chaotic. Here, let's see. Chaotic artist. I think the person was already in, knew the layout. and dog, maybe in one of the locked rooms. Remember, this was very fast. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. They might have been inside already, but dog, what kind of a dog did they have? And that's another thing too. I'm glad you said that. That dog that was, they said there was a dog that was skinned from like tail to his head or head to tail or whatever. It was the neighbor's dog, Buddy, the little dog that I put up on the screen a couple lives back. A golden doodle or labradoodle. Okay. Yeah. So. And it's odd that there was no blood trail outside the house either in the snow or nothing, like, with it being. I know Chris McDonough tried to say that he was like super focused on the cinder block that was sitting by the grill, which looked like it was where the grill lid maybe sat, like when they were grilling out, they took the lid off the grill and set it on that cinder block so they didn't have to set it on the ground or whatever. That's exactly what it looked like. But let me see. He needed time to figure out who was sleeping where. Yeah, and see, that's the thing too, is it makes me wonder, like, because they said when Kaylee had moved out, so none of her stuff was there, and they didn't even know she was going to be there that weekend. But that she was the one that was, supposedly the one that was targeted. So it almost makes me feel like that's somebody following her either on her social media or a stalker or. And 2 weeks prior to that, it was their bunny. Wait a minute. Who's bunny? Girl, come up here and tell me about that. Who's bunny? Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Another animal was skinned? Is that what you're telling me? Ain't no way. No way. That's my face right now. I can't. Wow. So the same people with the dog had a rabbit that was skinned 2 weeks prior to the dog. And then 4 kids are brutally stabbed and murdered to death in their home. And you're telling me that there's no connection? There's no connection to that at all. Get the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking, yeah, pretty sure there's probably some kind of a connection with all that going on. That is crazy. Where'd you see that? Prayer partner Eve, where'd you see that at? Wait a minute. Good vibes tribe. What are you talking about? People that rent rooms are shady. Who was renting a room? What? Skinned and left there? Oh my God. What the fuck? Well, no, none of the kids own that house. I know that. They rented rooms. Okay, so but I mean, I thought they were all like, I thought they all knew each other. Like, I thought they were, because the 2 girls were best friends. Let's see here. He knew them well, or at least made friends with the dog, but He had to have time to figure out the boyfriend was there. When you're drunk, you may fall asleep anywhere. He had to have time to figure it all out and fast. What time were the 911 calls made? So 11:59, so basically noon. That's when they came in, Avery. You seem to know quite a bit about this case. Why don't you come up here real quick? I would question Kaylee's rental agreement as much as a stalker, my point. Yeah, and you know what? I think, well, her rental agreement obviously was up, I thought, because she was already moving out. I mean, none of her stuff was there. I think she went back, to sell her car or go back and something with the car. So, right, they barely lived off campus. It was a great location. That's what I've heard. It was a really good location. And let's see here, Buddy the dog was skinned right before Halloween. Yeah, and they're saying the rabbit was done 2 weeks before that. What 3 a.m. call, honey? That's what I'm at. You come up here and tell me about it. What 3 a.m. call are you talking about? And has Jack done any interviews? Has he talked to the news or any News Nation, Brian Inton, anything? Has he spoken out at all? And I know Steve said I got to be careful. I got to be careful speaking on them. But he was speaking on Maddie. I wonder if Maddie's parents gave him permission to speak on her or speak on her behalf or their behalf about her, because he was very respectful of the other kids and not speaking on them. So I don't know. Oh shit. Just drop my water. Hold on, let me see what this says real fast. Gen X, here, let me see. If Dog and Idaho 4 are not related, then the town is full of killers and crazies. Put up the posters. The whole world knows anyway. Yeah, but I mean, how the hell is a rabbit going to get skinned, and then a dog's going to get skinned, and then 4 kids are brutally murdered, and you're going to tell me that none of it's related? Like, what the hell? That's very odd, I think, to me. That's very odd. You coming up to talk some shit? Matter of fact, no, I'm not even going to bring you up here, honey. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it tonight. Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, and You can't just go off people own knives, because a lot of people own knives. I mean, like that kid that had the bunch of pictures or whatever, and people are like, well, why did he delete them? I don't know why he deleted them if he's got nothing to hide. Well, shit, these internet sleuthers are, accusing him of murder and shit. So I'm sure they probably did. I'm sure they probably did want to delete their pictures and stuff. I don't know. I mean, that Jeremy, he's like, I can't give interviews, but it's really hard for me to say no. I can't say no. It's really hard for me to say no to give an interview. And I'm like, what the hell? Why would you? I do feel bad for him, though, because I mean, a lot of people probably are saying a lot of bad things to him, or, like they did with John Benet's brother when he finally did his interview after like 20 years. They were all over him by like the way his eyes moved and the way he looked, and he's got a nervous habit of like laughing and shit like that. So all right, chick, if you ain't coming up here, I'm going to head to bed, and I hope you all have a good night. You coming up here, Avery? If not, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Well, and it just, I don't know. I feel like they were all drunk, right? So, when you're drunk, you're slow, and, you're not at your best or at 100%. You know what I mean? So if they were like, stabbed in their sleep, or they were like knocked out drunk, they probably didn't even know what the hell was going on until it was already too late. Okay, honey, that's cool. I appreciate it. Well, you guys have a good night, though, and I'll talk to you guys later or tomorrow or something. It was good hanging out and going over some stuff. I'm glad we all got a chance to go over it, because there was a lot going on. And there's still a lot going on. But y'all have a good night.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, what's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like white wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked down. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now.